Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I know I'm not in my normal wares, but I'm just coming in out of the dusty, dusty fields and out of the dusty, dusty mill, folks. And I'm coming to you. I'm coming a little earlier than normal, but folks, it is I, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it the podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And last night, I thought we might get into some Elimination Chamber results, but we didn't have the time. And that is false advertisement, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to give you the full Elimination Chamber results, and we're going to give you the predictions and the results for Elimination Chamber. Then we're going to get into Ukraine. We're going to get into that particular topic pretty deep. Me and Tiberius got deep into it, truth and fiction, and it's definitely worth examination. But folks, while I get myself cleaned up, I never bring false advertisement, so I am bringing you Elimination Chamber results right now, you beautiful people. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our preview and prediction of Elimination Chamber. I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, the king of extreme himself, Phil K.O.E., that you can find, of course, at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Folks, you know, this is going to be an incredible, incredible event. We're going to have, hopefully, all the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast cast here. But for this moment in time, for this moment in space and time that we all occupy together, I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
the non-COPPA friendly, the quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, and the Blend Masters ceremonies, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Obviously, for tonight, the predictions and preview show of tomorrow night's Elimination Chamber premium live event. And of course, you're going to want to like, share, subscribe for the fallout, for the results, for the review, for the star ratings of Elimination Chamber after tomorrow night. Folks, again, like, share, subscribe, hit the notifications, because you're not going to want to miss any of our analysis, because it frankly is the best analysis that you can get on YouTube, Facebook, or the entire internet.
in pro wrestling
Twitch,
today, basically.
Even D-Live, folks on there. Like, it is what it is.
Tyler Williams says, I won't.
And won't take a gin shot for fun, and I love you. I love you too. Tyler.
Well, now, I'm not going to take this gin shot for fun, but I will take it out of spite. Fuck you, Tyler.
Wow, out of spite. See, that was fun. He took
in its own way.
And
okay, until it actually had to swallow it. That part wasn't fun.
We're not alone on this journey, though, Phil. We are joined
by
the reigning, defending, I don't know if it's 10 times. I quit counting after the first few because I don't know. It is what it is. The one, the only, the sexiest man alive, the champ, Chicken.
The 10-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Chicken, is here to give you the rundown on what's about to happen tomorrow night.
All
at
right,
the
yes.
Elimination Chamber.
Because Chicken, since you've had so many championship reigns, it's clear that you're a student of the game. You've been studiously watching every second of pro wrestling
Every
content
millisecond.
that this week has to offer. And you are ready to give, like, basically, you can
Just
tell
like
us.
all of us, yes.
Yes,
Yep.
you're going to tell us who's going to give the best hip tosses, who's going to have the best arm drags. Like,
Of course.
you're ready for all of that. But let's be frank, folks. This is going to be an interesting event. I think it's about time to start phasing out gimmick match events. Okay, I kind of like the idea of there.
Can we start there? Can we start there? Please. Thank you. Good God. This is the reason. This is the shining example of why we don't know, not just gimmick matches, gimmick match cards. There is no reason to have an
Money in the Bank, Hell in
elimination
a Cell,
chamber
Elimination Chamber.
event.
They all need
There's
to go.
no reason to have an elimination chamber event. There's no reason to have a Hell in a Cell premium live event. There's no reason to have a TLC premium live event. I'm glad we're kind of sort of phasing those out. The elimination chamber has been a staple over a long time now, but you've got to understand, if you've got a gimmick match that's supposed to be one of the be-all end-all of multiple people feuding, coming together to settle a score or vie for a championship, you shouldn't have to scramble to put people in that match. And that's what this has become. You only need one gimmick event, and that's the Royal Rumble, folks, because that actually sets up for your biggest event of the year. Elimination Chamber has become a speed bump and a hindrance on the way to WrestleMania, because you have to take a bunch of random ass people, shove them into a match, 2 matches now, actually, a men's and a women's, and try to get that to somehow coincide with WrestleMania. Now, this year, it's a little different because typically the winner of the Royal Rumble announces who they are vying for. Do they want the WWE champion or the Universal champion? That's how it's been in years past. This year, as for the last several, that is still one person, Roman Reigns. Cody Rhodes wins the Royal Rumble. He's the one challenging for the undisputed Universal World Championship. This year's men's elimination chamber, instead of just skipping it all together, will be for the United States Championship held by Austin Theory. Will the match be good? Probably. We're going to tell you.
Austin Theory's like the folks in it. But hang on, guys. Before we get into that
lineup on that match.
Oh, it's a stack lineup. But here's just a thought here. Just 2 thoughts here, because the Elimination Chamber gimmick pay-per-view or premium live event doesn't have to go away altogether, but I think it does for a while. I think it's one of those things that you only pull out once every 2 or 3 years. And it's one of those, how can I miss you if you don't go away? And then another idea, because they're thinking about bringing back the women's only pay-per-view once a year. That's the time of year where you do the women's Royal Rumble match and you do the women's Elimination Chamber match on one card. You pack this card as big as you possibly can, so everybody has to see it. It becomes must see. Think about it, Tony. If there's one card that you knew had the Royal Rumble and Elimination Chamber and one card, like, there's no way we're missing that. Okay, so I think that's one way to go with it. But I think those gimmick match pay-per-views, it is an instance of how can I miss it? Like, and they don't need to do it the same month every year. Like, Elimination Chamber could be June of like next year, and then 4 years down the road, it's in March, because it makes sense, because a lot of people just line up perfectly.
I don't want to mark down on my calendar when Hell in a Cell or Elimination Chamber or TLC are.
True.
I would rather be surprised.
I don't think you have to. I think what we're doing right now is what it should be. USA title hasn't been important for a long time. Intercontinental Championship.
Chicken, you know Vince isn't hiring right now, right?
Stop. The lower belts have never gotten pushes or press or excitement. I think this is actually the right way to go. This should be for the USA title. This should be for the Intercontinental Championship. Like, that's what the Elimination Chamber should be for. And then your main event should still be for the world title or whatever we're going for. Like, I think this is the right way to go for it. And like, yeah, it's gimmicky,
given the circumstances.
Yeah, like, so let's call it Elimination Chamber, but that's not like you still have a main event. You still have a main event that's Universal Championship bound, like or level. I don't think you get rid of it because the concept is actually okay. It's not great. There's been some great ones, but there's been a lot of shitty ones too. I like this. I like that it's not for the world title, or universal title or whatever.
Interesting.
I'd like that it's for a lower belt because this gives significance to a lower belt, which we have not seen in several fucking years. Nobody cares about the USA title. Nobody cares about Intercontinental Championship. But when you make the event about those,
you make an interesting point, Chicken, because even in my personal, when I'd play PS4 WWE 2K19, my Elimination Chamber matches were always for the lower titles to make them interesting again. So, and it kind of gives lower card folks to get a shot. And yes, Tony,
and those are the people that are
pigeonhole my 2K universe into this.
And that's where you get the testing ground for people that you get to see if they pop. Like when they
do you think Montez Ford was going to see an Elimination Chamber match in the next 4 years without a match like this? You make a great point. So
it's a chance
for an easy one to throw in.
He's the person I'm most looking forward to seeing. Montez Ford?
It's a chance to put somebody like Montez Ford on that stage to see what the crowd pop does, and then the Triple H's that are running this whole goddamn thing get to go, hey, you know what? The pop we got there at Elimination Chamber, imagine what we did at SummerSlam with him. And then we start building him. It's a chance to understand, like, if you can build a fucking new, like, you don't have to create a star, but you can take somebody that you have already and like make a fucking a run at a title that's worth watching.
Oh, if they don't make a star out of Montez Ford with this one, this is a wasted opportunity. But all right, now that we're kind of
I'm going to counter that real quick with one thought. Austin Theory as the champ, he's fine. I think he's an incredible worker, and I think he's got an incredibly bright future.
Okay.
I like what he's doing now.
I think he's great. I think he has a lot of potential.
6 months ago sucked. Now is good.
Yeah.
No, when he was under Vince's wing,
this match
he was doing great.
It's not going to be the be-all, end-all that puts the U.S. title in the limelight.
This feels like, tell me I'm a Vince mark without saying I'm a
Tony, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong here.
Heights. And you'll be wrong. That's fine. This match is not going to be what makes the U.S. title relevant again. It's just not. Because here's the thing. It's, again, a bunch of random people put into a cage. And then
Tony, it's an experiment
over the last few weeks. That's not.
I'm okay with it.
This isn't going to get relevancy back to the title because here in a couple months at WrestleMania,
it's going
to be probably another triple threat between Austin Theory and one of the two other people in this match. And after the fact, it won't matter because it's always going to be a secondary title. It's always going to be a stepping stone, and they're never going to see it as validated. It's not going to bring the title into relevancy. Now, given the circumstances, like you said, since Cody's going for both,
you're going to eat those words, T.
This does make sense, but I would have rather just seen it gone away for a year.
Now,
I would have felt more special next
guys. All right. We're kind of getting into
the USA Championship would not have felt any fucking better.
Okay. All right. That's enough with the Elimination Chamber main event. Let's get into the card, gentlemen. So
let's do it.
All right. So we got Chicken, the 10-time champion, defending his title against the 15-time former champion Tony G, and I
14.
believe I'm 14. I thought you're 15. Okay, and I believe
I will be after tomorrow.
I think I'm 11 or 12. I forget which one. I'll have to go back and retally. But folks, this is going to be the event that decides who will be the reigning, defending Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast and undisputed WWE champion going into WrestleMania. Yes, folks, I'm looking forward to it. You're looking forward to it. So, Tony, Chicken, as the champion, which match do you want to start first with our predictions?
Let's go with the easiest one. Women's Elimination Chamber. Let's start there.
Okay. Also, Tony and I have a tiebreaker point of which match is going to open the event.
So let's start with that.
This
You
is the
can start with
match
the
that I
tiebreaker.
think is going to open the event. Is the women's elimination chamber match. And I
Okay.
gotta say, other than Asuka here, like Tony Chicken, I'm gonna need you both to put on MMA gloves and just fucking throw just haymakers at my face, beat the shit out of me for 5 solid minutes, and that's how hard you're gonna have to beat me for me to see some actual stars in this match.
Okay.
Like
okay,
Jesus,
okay.
like other than
Yeah.
Asuka, where like Liv Morgan, sure she's on the rise. Natalia is present.
That's
and
a way
yeah,
to say it.
and then we got a couple other folks who are trying to get to the big time here. Let's see, we got Raquel Rodriguez and
Nikki Us, Carmella, Asuka, Liv Morgan, Natalia. This is not
wow, Carmella's had a lot of work done. I couldn't even recognize her on that day.
Phil, you're right. This is here's how I see this going down. Nobody else gets an elimination. Asuka runs the table. This is how I would book this match. You fucking make her. She just came back. She looked great. She's been looking awesome. Like, let her just fucking run the table and show total dominance. Now, the only hiccup is you've been pushing Liv Morgan for fucking 18 months or however long this has been. You can't make Liv Morgan look weak after she was already champion. So that's going to be the problem they have to deal with. So I got my 1 point pick, Asuka, half point pick, Liv Morgan.
Ooh, damn. That's, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't disagree too much there. Like, I think Liv Morgan would be one of them to go the distance, just to make her look good. But my 1 point pick is also going to be Asuka, but my half point pick is going to be the eternally money Mela herself. Why?
Mhm.
Because the back room, whether we like them or not,
The crowd would hate it. It's
back room counts on her more than they want to admit. Like, Tony, you remember when we saw her live? She was just such a smarmy fucking heel that just everybody wanted to see her get her comeuppance. And so that's why I say
character work
she's not a great wrestler.
No.
She's an amazing worker. And so that's why
That's a good pick.
I think she's always an in case emergency break open glass championship pick. And so that's why I'm throwing her in.
The reason I didn't pick her is because Asuka is such a fucking big push on this one.
Yeah,
Carmella doesn't make sense.
It's going to be Asuka. I've also got Asuka as my 1 point. It's going to be Asuka. I don't know that it's going to happen exactly how you laid it out, Chicken, because they just did that with Shayna Baszler.
It would have been so cool, though.
And they wasted Shayna. I would think it would work better here.
Doesn't mean they can't waste Asuka too, Tony. Come on.
I know. They like to go to the well. I know. I would love to see it because I think that makes sense for the way that they're treating Asuka. But I think this is going to come down to probably Asuka, and you look at that field, and it's like, who really feels in that field that really could stand toe to toe and make you almost believe she can't win? But they're not. They're going to keep Asuka strong here, so it's got to be Asuka.
Carmella's picture's been a little too airbrushed. Like, I couldn't even recognize her. Like,
well, it's because she looks brunette there. I don't know. It's too brunette. So my initial thought, I was kind of thinking Chicken, go with Liv because of the push. It was a failure. I'm sorry. Can we just admit that? It was a fucking failure. And Mela, yeah, she's a great
people were
worker.
saying that about Roman 3 years ago.
You were right, Phil. She's a great worker, but
Roman got shoved down your
wrestler.
throat. That's different.
The problem is, if we're talking about Rhea versus Charlotte at WrestleMania, we have to have an opponent for Bianca Belair. It's probably going to be Asuka. But if it's not going to be Asuka coming out of this match, amongst that field, who is it going to be? The easy thing.
Okay, if you were Bianca, if you put it that way, if you were Bianca going into Mania and it's not Asuka out of this field, who do you want to work with that you think you can get another 5-star Mania moment?
And that's kind of what I'm saying here. It's not Natalia. Sorry, it's never going to be Natalia again. It's not Nikki.
You can rely on Natalia for a good 3-7-5 match.
Hey,
they know.
It's not though. It's not going to be Natalia. It's not going to be Nikki Ass.
Nikki's a gimmick.
Liv is going to give you a terrible match regardless of the push recently.
So it's
Carmella,
It's fun to watch.
Carmella's going to work her ass off. She's going to look like $1 million. It's not going to be a great match. So I'm going to go with Raquel. I think Raquel gives the best match if it's not going to be Asuka.
Okay, so what's your 1 point and your point? So is that your
My
point
1
5?
point is Asuka. My half point's Raquel.
Okay, now I'm going to be honest with you. Like, before we move on, I just want to say, like, if I was Bianca Belair looking at the, like, honestly, I would feel the safest with Natalya, honestly, because no matter if you have the worst day of your life, you come in with a god awful flu, you're shitting, puking everywhere, and you're barely able to make it out to that fucking ring, she will still get you through to a 3-7-5 match because she's that much of a veteran and a professional. So there is that to consider, but I would say in the end it's either Mel or Asuka. So Tony,
All right,
what's the next match?
Let's move along to the mixed tag match.
Oh, thank God.
Beth Phoenix and Edge versus
We don't have
Finn
enough of these.
Balor and Rhea Ripley of Judgment Day.
Because I was just thinking, like, thank the Lord. You know what really, everybody needs for a really good, long, thorough bathroom break in the arena is a good mixed tag match. It gets nobody over and gets everybody under. I mean, it's the best thing. And so surely we got to keep our part-time talent Edge and Beth Phoenix strong. Can't let the kids who are actually going to be here tomorrow actually fucking. So, unfortunately, do I think we need to keep Rhea Ripley as strong as steel going into Mania? Yes. Unfortunately, Finn Balor, I'm sorry, but you have no hope in life. You're eating the fucking pin in this match 100%, probably from a spear from Beth Phoenix, of God, of all things. And it's unfortunate. All it's gonna do is sweep the leg from under Rhea Ripley. Finn's gonna look like a fucking jobber of jobbers. Edge, who isn't even going to probably fucking be at Mania. That's only a 50-50. I mean, it's a 2-night event, so they can squeeze him in if they got to. But he's going to get a fucking big pinfall, and it's horse shit. So Rhea and Finn should be the winner, and if I am wrong, I will not be at all upset, but no, Edge and Beth Phoenix are going to fucking win. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm doing a James Crowder change my mind moment.
No, I'm 100% in agreement with Phil. I think Phil fucking laid it out perfectly there. We got Beth. Oh my God, the hair. It's such a distraction.
Like when I see that hair, I'm just like shot back to the 80s. Oh, I'm halfway. Yeah. Oh, living on
it.
Yeah.
I hate it. But yeah, the story has to continue. Edge and Beth win. And this doesn't hurt Rhea. And you're right, Finn's probably gonna be the one to eat the pin.
Probably. Like chicken, like
95% chance Finn Balor eats the pin.
All right, chicken.
95%.
Like we haven't seen how the match goes yet, but this is like a
ballsy call.
This is like a poker hand where you have pocket aces, and then on the flop 2 aces drop. Okay, you're probably gonna win. It's not.
It's like a 99% chance I win.
Yeah, Finn's like if I had to bet, like that's your odds of Finn eating the pin in this match. Like I hate it.
This is
Tony,
the most predictable match on the card.
Please, please tell me that we're wrong.
So if you look back when Edge got laid up, quote unquote, by Judgment Day, we actually enjoyed that angle. Like even though the post match was pretty damn busy and a little suspension of disbelief, it actually made Judgment Day for a moment feel like it was important and threatening. And they smashed Beth's head in with chairs. Like they made it look big. It looked big. It felt big, and it was a big moment. You put Edge out,
and they ruined it.
Skull in, and then they didn't do a lot with it. But then at the Royal Rumble, Beth comes back and attacks Rhea with a spear, and then never shows up again until Raw. Even though she was in the building with her at Royal Rumble, whatever. And now they're doing the mixed tag. This is the return from that blow-off. Well, there's two ways to go about this. And one, it's probably going to happen, like you guys were just saying. Finn is there to eat the pin. That way Rhea doesn't have to eat a loss heading into Mania. Or Edge and Beth lose again.
Stop with your conspiracy theories.
Or Edge and Beth lose again so that Edge can win at WrestleMania one-on-one versus Finn, which, fuck it, I'm going to go with it against my better judgment. I'm going to go with Finn and Rhea. Rhea gets the pin to keep her strong going into Mania.
God, I
I'm
hope
going to be wrong.
you're right.
I'm going to be wrong. I'm telling you, I'm going to be wrong, but that's what's going to happen.
Now I feel good about holding my championship.
Oh, I'm suddenly like worried about like now it's going to be me and Chicken in the running here. But also, Tony, I hope you're right. Chicken, like even if you lose the belt over this, you can't feel bad about that.
No, here's what's going to happen is so they're going to win, but what's going to happen is Judgment Day comes in, shows dominance, and like does this, the afterward beat down.
You know what they call that? The afterbirth.
Yeah.
Like every match doesn't need an afterbirth. Okay. But there's going to be one here.
Super predictable.
Like, I was about to say that should be the tiebreaker point. Is there going to be an afterbirth in this match or not?
I assumed that this was going to be the WrestleMania match, and they're doing it here. So I'm assuming now that they're going to do Finn and Edge one-on-one at WrestleMania. So I'm hoping
that'll be cool, though.
Rhea
I'm okay
strong,
with that.
Jesus, okay.
And they give Edge a reason to go.
You know what I was about to say when you said that would be cool? Right before you said when Tony's like they're going to do Finn versus Edge at WrestleMania. My first thought is for whose amusement? Like what?
I'm
like
okay
why? Like I mean, you know why we never saw
Kermit,
Hulk Hogan versus Lodi?
Yet.
Tony, you know why we never saw Hulk Hogan versus Lodi in WCW? Because we didn't need to.
Okay, so here's the storyline they need to build, and there's not enough time, but it would be for the leadership of Judgment Day, to where Edge goes, Finn, if I beat you, I get it back. I know it's a stupid story.
It is.
It doesn't make sense, but
I didn't know people could be traded like baseball cards. But yeah.
Well, no, they used to do this shit all the damn time. But it's like, hey, if they can create doubt that Finn is not the leader, he is not a good member, and that Edge should come back because he was the founder, and like you could create the storyline, you could make it happen. I don't think it's worth the time, but I could see them doing it. However, I could just see, hey, they just fucking hate each other and they want to beat the shit out of each other at WrestleMania. Let's have them do it. It would be a good fucking opening match. People pop for Edge. Finn Balor puts on good matches, even with people like Edge. Yeah, I'd watch it. It's fun.
I mean, Finn Balor's a great wrestler, but he's been booked like
the
shit.
Chamber match has not happened yet. That is tomorrow night. You should like, share, subscribe to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our results, review, and analysis of the show. That is tomorrow night, February 18th. So check that out. But most importantly, check us out after the show to get the results, because that's really all that matters if you don't want to watch the show, which I can totally appreciate. And again, I can appreciate what you guys are saying.
Isn't such a great
but Edge, if you have Edge, you guys are saying, oh, Edge doesn't need to be at WrestleMania. Phil, you said, oh, you can slide him in there. There's 2 nights. Edge is going to be at WrestleMania. And the only thing he's been doing is feuding with Finn Balor. So they're going to randomly just throw a different opponent at him now before WrestleMania? No, it's going to be Finn and Edge. So
that could be a pre-show match.
That immediately takes this being a slam dunk for Edge and Beth and brings it down to 50-50. So I don't hate my chances. I'm probably going to be wrong.
Tony, they could do Edge versus Finn Balor on the SmackDown WrestleMania. You know, the SmackDown they do right before WrestleMania that they now call WrestleMania, and then the Raw after WrestleMania that they call Raw WrestleMania.
We all had Edge and Beth winning. Is that right?
Tony's got Rhea.
Finn and Rhea.
Oh,
okay. All right.
You feel so good now.
Let's move on to let's see. This is going to be 2 big
beefy boys.
Big beefy bitches.
Yes, we are moving on to the big beefy hosses. Lashley.
Says a hoss
versus Lesnar.
Hold on.
Brock
Ready?
Lesnar.
And the winner, Brock Lesnar.
Oh, do we,
Thanks.
man, Paul. Like, bro, don't get me wrong, this new Brock has been great without Paul, but like, boy, do we need Paul back once in a while.
We do.
But,
We do.
But
it would make it so much better. New Brock with Paul would be so fucking great.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think like now this is kind of a funny thing. Like I was gonna mention this on the previous segment, like, but this is the difference of the impacts of stables have. Today, when I was thinking about who I was gonna pick in each match, for about like 40 seconds, my mind went blank as to what the stable that Rhea Ripley, Finn Balor, Damian Priest is in. Like for 30 seconds, like, oh fuck, what are they called again? And I couldn't remember it. But the minute I thought of Bobby Lashley, oh yeah, in the fucking Hurt Business. And that's where I think this is actually going to go. I think MVP or Shelton Benjamin, probably MVP, is going to run some level of interference, allowing for Bobby Lashley to take the W here to make the momentum for the big rematch at WrestleMania. So I'm giving the W to Do We Love Bobby Lashley.
Now, for that exact same reason, Phil, that's why I think Brock takes this one. Lashley's been on a tear. Now, I didn't get to watch fucking everything this week.
MVP joins Brock. Nice.
No.
He's the new head of the Hurt Business.
No.
I love it.
I just don't know who was standing tall on last episodes. I haven't watched Raw or SmackDown this week. I have no idea. But to me, it makes more sense. Like, if we're gonna have another one, like this is what we do with Brock Lesnar now, is we put him in these matches where we fucking have him feud with a guy, and then we do the match fucking not 3 times, 4 times. Let's push this 5 times. Let's maybe go 6. So like Brock Lesnar's just gonna feud with everybody until he can't wrestle anymore, because like you can't bring him down to a certain level. Like they use these 2 guys to make the US Championship look great and let Austin Theory get over, and then they move on. But like, are they like, here's my problem with this whole goddamn thing. I don't care who wins. I honestly don't. I'm picking Brock on this one, but no matter who wins, like Austin Theory got over both of these guys. Like, really? That we're supposed to believe that Austin Theory is the US champ and moved past these 2 guys because these guys' egos are too goddamn big to worry about a championship, when these 2 guys should be in the Universal Championship fucking conversation. Like,
yeah, the problem is, hey, Chicken, how many more times do we need to see Brock and Roman?
No, yeah, exactly, and that's what we're turning into with Bobby. Like, we're gonna beat this horse to death.
Oh, because remember how long they held off doing this? So yeah, they are gonna ride this horse to death, and then when it dies, they're gonna kick it a few times and then eat it. Okay, so like that.
But what's the score right now? It's Bobby 2 and Brock 1.
This is the 3rd meeting between these 2 one-on-one. The first one was won by Lashley because of some bullshit with MVP helping on the outside. The rematch, I believe, was in Saudi Arabia. Brock got the W, and it was kind of a lackluster, out of nowhere, lackadaisical win. This is the trilogy. I assumed that they were going to hold this off for WrestleMania. So that's why I'm like, are they doing this to finish the trilogy? Or is this going to somehow be a catalyst for yet a 4th match at WrestleMania?
I think this is going to keep going.
So this is what I'm actually ridiculous.
They don't know what to do with these guys. They're not Universal Championship fucking material. They're above the fucking US title. Like, so they're in this weird fucking like limbo of let's just keep fighting each other until Roman Reigns is gone,
No,
and then we can get back into the title picture. Like,
I think it's more about the storyline that they're trying to tell and the calendar working.
dude, the story sucks. The story sucks.
That's because the calendar's working against them. They book themselves into a corner and they have to abide by, okay, it's WrestleMania season coming up, but until then, what do we do? So this being just another stepping stone to the match that they wanted to actually get to at WrestleMania, that's what I'm looking at this match as. So does that mean Lesnar? It depends on who they want to come out on top at WrestleMania, because we're going to do a fourth.
Well,
Who
then
do
you
we
have to go
actually
with Brock.
think is going to
Brock.
win at WrestleMania? Because whoever wins at WrestleMania is going to lose this match.
Yeah, but
I don't.
So, Tony, who you got?
So it comes down to the Hurt Business. Is this where the Hurt Business really redefines itself, really plants its flag? Bobby Lashley really joins back into the Hurt Business and they help him get the W, and then Brock gets his revenge at Mania? Or does Brock get the W here? And then for Bobby Lashley to overcome Brock, he needs the assistance of the Hurt Business or the backing or their support. I am fucking torn on this one. And this one is literally driving me nuts. And this is a coin toss. It's 50-50 for me. I'm going to go with Lesnar. I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to go with Lesnar because I think Bobby will get the Hurt Business back at WrestleMania, and that'll be what it gives him the edge, that swagger back, which will be enough to get a win against Brock.
Well, folks, get ready for Phil K.O.E.'s either 11th or lucky 13th title win tomorrow night. Because do we love Bobby? Yes, we do. So, all right, we got our picks there. Let's get to the next match, gentlemen.
Actually, Phil, hang on. Phil,
hang on. Tony, what's your opener?
Phil just took Bobby, right?
Yep.
Okay.
This is my opening match.
Okay. All right. So for the tiebreaker between me and Tony, I got the Women's Elimination Chamber. Watch it be the Men's Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It could be.
Oh God, you never know. I doubt it. I could see them
talk me into picking that.
Yeah, God, maybe. But
you want to talk me into it? I'll pick it.
Go for it. I think it's gonna be the Women's Elimination
Chamber. Fuck it. I'm gonna pick it.
The Men's Elimination. Men's Elimination Chamber.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Tony, not a bad pick.
There's not a good pick either.
It was the Royal Rumble.
We know what the main event is.
Men's late elimination chamber is probably going to be match of the night.
Probably.
Maybe.
All righty. Now, moving on to the next match of the evening for us to predict. What do we got here, T?
All right. So next up, we do have the Men's Elimination Chamber match. All right, so we've got Montez Ford, we've got Johnny Gargano, we've got Bronson Reed, we've got champion Austin Theory, we've got Seth Rollins, we've got Damian Priest. Now,
God, that face is the same in this picture as it is in everything else with Gargano. Johnny, same face.
On paper, like this would be like an all-time classic NXT.
This is fun.
Yeah, this will be a great match. This will be match of the night, undoubtedly. It won't be work of the night. That'll be Roman and Sammy, but match of the night. This will be, Chicken, I'm going to let you go first.
Austin retains my 1 point pick. Now, common, this is the one where you're like, oh, well, if it's not Austin, obviously it's going to be Rollins. But I'm going to throw my half-point pick to... I don't see this happening. Rollins is a safe pick, is the backup. But Montez Ford. Like, if you're going to throw a half-point pick in here and you're going to start throwing somebody else into this mix, now that you're taking Roman, or now that you're taking Brock and Bobby
like
into, you're taking Brock and Bobby into the title picture above this, you have to backfill. Montez Ford is the fucking guy you bring up. So if, and it's a big if, he's number 2 in this match. Montez Ford is my half-point pick.
Okay. Tony, what is your picks for this Elimination Chamber?
Well, mine is I've got Austin Theory to retain as my 1 point. Clearly, that's very likely.
That's the easy one.
I actually had Montez Ford as my half-point pick, but
Son of a bitch.
like because if you look at his stint in the Rumble, he came out wearing different gear than his tag partner. Like Triple H sees the
I fucking
potential
love
with
Montez.
this guy.
I want
This
him to
guy,
win this.
A
I do.
singles mid-card run with the U.S. title, this could really bolster him up the card if they do it right. If that's a massive fucking if.
Big
I think he's so good he can get over in spite of that.
I agree. I think he's a great worker. He's a great wrestler. He's got charisma. This guy has all the tools. He does. And I really, really would love to see him win. I'd love to make him my 1 point pick, but I'm not that fucking bold on this one.
Rollins is
You love him so much, why don't you marry him?
I want to pick him.
Rollins
so
is such
Oh,
a
he's
safe
already married
backup
Bianca.
on this one. That's why I can't focus on Rollins on this one.
Okay.
Rollins
if I
might
wasn't gonna pick
Rollins might
Montez
eat
as
the
my
pin
half,
on this one to put somebody over.
well, I can tell you who's not going to win: Gargano or Bronson Reed. If I wasn't
I
going
was
to
about
pick
to say.
Montez Ford as my half-point pick,
Dude, Reed,
I would
the
probably pick
title would
Damian Priest.
die on Reed. Nobody would
Yeah, there's
ever
no
care.
reason
If
to ever
Reed
put it on
wins,
him.
nobody will care.
Yep. This is just for Reed to do a couple of impressive things and then get eliminated.
He's
So, guys,
a great worker. Don't get
if
me
I
wrong.
can
Like
be,
he's going to be fun to watch.
if I
but
could be
he's
so
not
bold,
gonna-
I'm going to get into my picks now. So, all right, these are your picks. All right, these are your picks, and you're not moving them, no matter how persuasive I am. Okay, because I'm going to make an amazing case for my winners, and I don't want you guys changing them to my picks just because I'm that good. Okay, so
Okay.
are your picks set?
If I wasn't going to pick Montez, I'd pick Damian Priest as my half-point, but I'm going to stick with Montez Ford.
Okay, Chicken,
And here's
you're
my
the
one.
one who tries to get slippery with this. So your pick's set here.
Austin Ford. I'm
Okay.
100%
All right.
in Austin
All
Ford.
right. Now this is what's going to actually happen. Now my 0.5 point pick is just like the two of you, Montez Ford, just because I want to will this into existence. That's
Exactly.
literally all that is.
By our
Like,
powers combined.
yes,
will it
like
in.
yeah, we're Earth, Wind, Fire, Heart. Montez Ford U.S. title reign.
Please,
But
God,
no,
yes.
okay.
Give him a singles run.
Tony, you know how you were saying that the U.S. title has no relevance and it's not really a big deal anymore and it's not something that's going to be worth anything and nobody cares about it? Well, guess what, T? In a few short months, the entire world is going to know about the U.S. title. My daughter's going to know what the U.S. title is. Joe fucking Biden might know what the U.S. title is by the time this is over. You want to know how? You want to know why, T? Are you curious? Are you curious?
I would love to
I'm
hear
curious. I will.
Okay. Let me wet my whistle because this is a good one because that was a great introduction.
Okay. I'm excited.
So yeah, the world is going to know the U.S. title because the safety pick, the one who must win the United States title, is going to be Seth freaking Rollins.
That's 1 point.
And the
Not
reason,
pick.
that's my 1 point, and the reason is because he is going to go to WrestleMania and drop the United States title to none other than Logan Paul. And that is going to turn the U.S. title into a social media prop, which is going to make the entire boardroom literally lift their desks with just how excited they're going to be with that. So yes, Seth is going to win, and he's going to drop the belt at Mania to Logan Paul.
I think okay. So Phil, your thoughts on dropping it to Logan Paul, I don't think are a bad idea for that reason, but I would rather see Austin Theory do it than Seth Rollins.
Seth is your reliable worker,
But
and
they
you know
He
built up.
is.
Seth
He
is
is.
going.
No, they
Seth
built
can-
Logan Paul and
Seth can
Rollins
carry
up in the Rumble.
anybody to a reasonable match, and that's a hell of a responsibility to put in somebody's hands. And to be frank, Austin Theory is a good wrestler. He is the future, but he's still a little too green for a big responsibility like that. This is what Seth Rollins is built for, and I think he's the guy to do it.
Logan, oh God, I hate it. I hate it, but
I
you
know.
might be right.
Bill, I got to tell you, I love the pick. Honestly, I really do. If I were you, though, I would have picked Theory to retain and Rollins to be your half point because that's a great story. I think they set up Logan Paul, Seth Rollins, and that's going to be the match at WrestleMania. It's just going to be.
Sorry, what's going to be the match at Mania?
Rollins and Logan Paul will be a match.
Yeah, for the U.S. title.
If it's for the title, great. I think that'd be amazing if they put the title on Logan Paul. I think that's great. I think it's a great pick. But I would have went safety pick if I were you and picked Theory to retain and Rollins was my half point. But hey, very nice pick. I commend it. But yeah,
K.O.E. might be champ.
Would be awesome.
Yeah,
gonna be champ going into Mania.
No, it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
What do we got left?
We just have one match, and it's the Heartbreak.
The match.
My God, this has been just. There's been nothing in professional wrestling that has even sniffed, come close, or even remotely held anybody's hand who's held the jockstrap of this storytelling over the last several years, decades.
I was about to say, this is up there with, D-Generation X, the New World Order, and, Mega Powers Collide. This is up there with all of those, and that is testament.
When you look at the Bloodline story arc since Roman Reigns came back, everything he's done since he came back as a verifiable heel has been top shelf. His work has been solid. It's been different. And it was just the change he needed. And it just got better and better and better. And his presence and his aura.
Did anybody notice when he stopped wearing that stupid vest?
Yeah, golly, weird how it changed. And far be it for me to suggest, changing history or anything, but maybe Roman Reigns shouldn't have been all nostalgic for the Shield when they split up and then didn't feud with the Shield.
Honestly, from what I heard is that the reason he kind of wore that vest for a little longer is because he didn't quite have some of the muscles on him quite as cut as he wanted for the camera. And so once he got the
gear and he kept the music.
Gear.
He kept the gear, the music, and the entrance. People wanted to see Roman Reigns feud with Seth Rollins, feud with Dean Ambrose. They wanted to see a triple threat. They wanted to see the Shield really actually implode. No, they didn't get that. They got Roman Reigns being forced down their throats, feuding with other people that they didn't want to see. They saw him taking Daniel Bryan's spot, and that's why they rejected him. And that's
the Daniel Bryan one was the mutiny.
Yeah, and that's why it took Roman Reigns having to take a leave of absence, dropping the title because of leukemia, coming back and getting the crowd support as a face, and then leaving again, coming back as an actual heel that they wanted all that time. They demanded it. They thirsted for it. They yearned for it. And that story arc, since he's come back, and we're going on, he's almost 900 days, I think. This has been such good storytelling. It's been a slow burn. This is long-term storytelling. AEW fans take note. This is actual long-term storytelling, not 6 weeks of Adam Page as a drunk and
beautiful.
The Bucks like to kick people. Who knows? This has been so good because every in and out, every character that's come in has gone out, has changed sides. This has been so good, and it's been building.
Tony Phil, every time I reference this story, what do I say in the chat?
It makes you hard.
Hashtag greatest story ever told.
Yeah, this has been just fantastic.
Ooh, man.
Everything about
I gotta ask you guys. It comes down to it. So who do you got and why is it Sami Zayn?
That I'll mark you down for Sami Zayn.
No, pick me. Don't mark me down quite yet.
You just said it.
No, I asked who do you have and why is it Sami Zayn?
No,
I was sure.
Sammy.
I'm gonna come out real quick and just say, Tribal Chief will retain. This is gonna be a really good match to where this is. Honestly, I want to see how this plays out. There's a little bit of a size discrepancy. I want to see how their styles play together. This could be fun to watch. It could be really bad or really good. I assume they're going to, they've been building up to this. I assume they've been working together, planning this. I look forward to a really fun storytelling match. This has been in the making. This should be fucking great. If it's not great, I'm gonna be super pissed. Obviously, Sammy's not gonna win this one. There's gonna be some fuckery. There's gonna be, bloodline jumping in somewhere. I could see some fun shit where Jay comes in and it looks like Jay's gonna save Sammy, and then all of a sudden he turns on Sammy and goes back to the bloodline, or vice versa. Like, there's so many things you can do with this. I'm so excited to just see how they play it out. I don't want to predict it. I am a spectator at this point, but I know Roman Reigns, my tribal chief, will retain.
Yes, my tribal chief. Oh, yes, my tribal chief. No, I'm gonna say with this match here, they're gonna make you a believer. They're gonna, for a minute or two,
Yes.
you're gonna actually believe.
You're gonna think Sammy can win.
He's gonna walk.
Yes.
Now? I'm gonna be honest, Tony. In 2015, when you got me back into watching wrestling after a long hiatus as an MMA and things like that, Roman Reigns versus Bray Wyatt in a Hell in a Cell match was on the card that we watched. Because we were watching the last time Brock Lesnar and The Undertaker ever wrestled. So I was like, okay, we saw them live for the Undisputed title one time at a house show. So I gotta see this. Like, it just doesn't matter. I have to see this. I have to see this chapter of my life close. And it was an amazing match. But then I saw this Roman Reigns guy. He's like, oh, that's pretty good. Now, if you would have told me in 2015 that Roman Reigns, the guy who just had a Hell in a Cell match with Bray Wyatt and barely beat him, and El Generico are going to be main eventing the go-home pay-per-view to WrestleMania, and every last one of us would be totally into it more than any other angle that they've had in years, that would have been a hard sell, to be honest with you. But here we stand. Here we stand. I think, obviously, the tribal chief takes this, but it sets up Sammy and Kevin versus the Usos for the undisputed tag team titles at WrestleMania. I think beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's the match that has to happen. Kevin, Sammy, Usos, Mania, all of the straps on the line, and then that is when we know who's going to be the best in that regard. But Roman's got Cody, Sammy and Kevin are going to have the Usos ultimately, and I think this all just sets up that tag team.
So, yeah, there's a couple of ways we can go with this. Obviously, I'm going to pick Roman Reigns. I'll rip that Band-Aid off right now. It's going to be Roman Reigns. But there's a couple
Barry
ways
in the lead, T.
Now, if you saw like the promo between Sammy and Cody, they played this right. Because Cody has to be like Sammy's fucking go-to guy, his best friend, his ally. Because if they even tried to sow seeds of dissent between those two on Raw, Cody's done. Cody's fucking done heading into Mania because Sammy is so white hot right now with the crowd. So they had to play it safe, and they did. They did the right thing here. This is smart, and they're doing this.
Jim Cornette was making jokes about it's like big and little brother. Like, no.
But they're giving it to you now before Mania. That way the crowd knows they got it out of the way. They don't have to be disappointed if it's not on Mania, which would further bury Cody. And we don't want to bury Cody. We want to keep Cody strong. That's why he's nowhere near this fucking show. In fact, I don't even know that we'll see him. So there's a couple ways you can go with this to tell the story heading into Mania, because you got to do something with Sammy. Obviously, he's so white hot. So is it going to come down to Roman Reigns needed the help of Jey Uso turning on Sammy to beat Sami Zayn? Or are they going to try to set up Jey Uso and Sami Zayn versus Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa?
Yeah, but you get the Usos have the tag belts, so they got to get them off of them. And
that can change. They can do that between now and Mania.
That takes Kevin Owens' whole character out of this. That doesn't make sense.
Kevin Owens is an afterthought. Okay, Sami Zayn.
No,
not after what they just did to KO. Like,
dude, I'm telling
what they did to him at Rumble. Like, no,
he is an integral part of this story.
I'm not saying that's the way I would go with it.
The belt Mania. It's
that's
the
not
ultimate
the way I would go.
It's a nice compilation prize for the whole.
You can't ignore this. You cannot ignore the fact that they've tried to at least set up the fact that Jay and Sammy at least have some some bond or something here, right? There's something going on here.
That's going to be the dissent in the Uso side that gives the W to Sammy and Kevin. Because, Tony, as we know, no, Tony, you're going to have to admit this. No. I got you a checkmate, motherfucker.
Feels right.
Hey, no, because WWE loves nothing more than how is this tag team going to get along storyline? And you know I'm right. You've been watching this since you were 5, okay? You know I'm right.
The dissension has already been planted, and he comes back to Jimmy in this show. There's no dissension.
Will Jimmy choose his brother?
The story's over then.
Or will
the
he
story
choose
of descent?
Sammy?
The story of descent is over if Jimmy turns on Sammy on this show. There's no more dissent.
Well, he's still going to be conflicted. He's still going to be so conflicted.
No, he's not.
Tony.
If he picks a side, he's not conflicted
he was
anymore.
Forced to pick a side, forced to pick between his family and his friends. Who's ever been put in that position before? Tony?
But I'm just saying,
it's not like you couldn't milk
you
that.
have to add into the fact that Jimmy had to help Roman Reigns beat Sami Zayn. That makes Roman Reigns look weak because this is the story.
No, hold on. This whole story with the bloodline was, did Jay trust fucking Sammy? And Sammy
and he didn't.
No, well, Sammy gained Jay's trust.
Exactly. That's
the one dissenter, the one person that did not trust Sammy, and he gained that guy's trust.
Yes.
And now you think that the story's gonna turn to where the family's gonna turn against fucking Sammy all of a sudden? No, they're gonna be like, Jay trusted him. Even when we couldn't, Sammy had our back, and he's right about the tribal chief. Sammy's right. Like, that's how this story's going to play out. The family's going to turn against the tribal chief. That's how you end the bloodline. You have
Paul's going to be looking like this.
This is the crescendo of the goddamn symphony. Like, you have to end the bloodline. The only way you do it is turn the family against fucking Roman Reigns.
I'm not seeing an Elimination Chamber.
No, not an Elimination Chamber. It's going to crescendo at fucking WrestleMania, but
obviously, but it's a good start.
So no, that's my point. You can't, if Jey Uso has to return to the bloodline and go, I'm sorry, I floundered for a few weeks there. I'm sorry I didn't give you my loyalty this whole time, and then has to help him beat Sami Zayn. That makes Roman look weak. And if he does, then that ends the turmoil. They have to make Roman that ends the turmoil between he and Jimmy. So you can't tell that story.
Well, this match
if they're going to do that tag
does something a lot more important, though, more than anything that it's setting up for Sammy at Mania, because Sammy was also, whether we like it or not, was the guy that single-handedly got Braun Strowman over. He's a guy that's very good at this, and what he's here to do is to begin something in the audience's mind. When he's going to have Roman so close, and he's going to make you a believer that, oh my God, Sammy is one kick away from being the champion. What that's doing is building the desire. Because right now there's no desire to pull the belt off Roman. He's the coolest thing there is. But if Sammy does his job, he will build the desire to take the belt off of Roman, which then Cody gets to just clasp in his hands like a beautiful present that will then be ripped away because Roman Sammartino shall reign forever. But no, if you're going to do it, if you're actually going to do it, this is how you would actually do it, because Sammy's going to build that desire in the audience, which is then going to stew for the next month. The idea of how can we get this belt off that dastardly evil Roman? How can we finally get it onto some? Okay, Sammy almost, but Cody's good, just as good. And yeah, that's what Sammy's real job is to do, is to build that want, that need, to make us hunger for the idea that Roman is going to needs to lose that belt. So the way that Sammy's going to lose here,
he's not the dinner, he's the appetizer.
Well, no, the way he's going to lose here is going to be an injustice so great that we might be talking about this for like years, how Sammy got fucked at Elimination Chamber.
You said the men's Elimination Chamber is going to be the match of that. No, this is going to be the match of the night.
This will be the work of the night.
This will be the best match
of the night. Yeah.
Work of the night. This will be the best match. This will be. I'm telling you.
Potentially.
This is going to be the best match of the night. And here's how this is going to play out. I feel like at the end of this match, I don't think that Jimmy is going to help Roman win. Because like I said, that's going to make him look weak. I don't think Jimmy will help him.
Do you think Jay's going to not help Roman win?
Regardless of how Jay's used, he's going to be standing with Roman. The bloodline will be
I don't think you'll
reunited.
see Jimmy or Jay. Personally, okay. I don't think you're going to see Jimmy or Jay. You're going to see Solo.
No,
and that's how Sammy loses.
You're going to see all of
That's
them.
it.
You're going to see them all.
Yeah, all of them are going to play some part. Like, they're all going to be there in the arena that night.
I think you're only going to see Solo.
No.
And Solo's going to make sure Sammy loses.
No, it's got to take all of them because it's been a family effort the whole way through, including Sammy. You're going to see, regardless of how they use Jay, you're going to see them all reunited, sans Sami Zayn, united at the end of this because they have to look strong.
I'd protect
WrestleMania.
the story. I'd protect the story.
That is protecting the story. If you break them up now, heading into Mania, that's the worst.
That's why I wouldn't want them showing up on this. Like I would just have Solo.
You have to.
I'd leave the mystery out there. Dude,
the fun part about
the bloodline. Right now, the fun part about the bloodline is the mystery of where fucking Jay and Jimmy stand.
This whole time.
No. Listen to me. Where do Jimmy and Jay stand with each other when it comes to Sammy versus Roman? That's the mystery. Why would you give up the storyline? Why would you give that up on this one?
Giving it up.
If they come out and defend fucking Roman and go against Sammy, yeah, you give it up. Like the story's
this
gone.
is Elimination Chamber, not WrestleMania. Because if we're building towards the Usos versus Kevin
WrestleMania
and Sammy
is where you give that shit up.
That's when you have the real actual descent. If you're going to pull the trigger on the descent, you have to do it there. You were making this case a second ago. So if you're going to do it, this is where Jay comes back. He plants his flag. I'm still with the bloodline. And then
I can
at WrestleMania,
see it happening. I don't think
WrestleMania,
you should, though.
when you have that tag match, the Usos versus Kevin and Sammy, it looks like the Usos are going to retain. And then Jay does the same thing to Sami Zayn. Hear me out. Does the same thing to Sami Zayn that he did at War Games to Jay and offers up his brother.
We shall see. We shall see. I think in terms of, I think you're going to have a very conflicted Jimmy and Jay. I think where they stand is not going to be very, it's not going to be known here, but they're going to try to do let's let bygones be bygones and let's try to do our match at Mania because we're the tag team champions and we're brothers, Oos. Come on, Oos, we're brothers, Oos. We got to be able to overcome this. And then, Tony, you know I'm right. Since you've been 5 years old, you've seen the WWE. How is this team going to get along? It's been
the story they're telling with the fucking identical twins.
The story they've been telling for 42 years, Tony.
Okay,
Come on.
Michaels and Stone Cold, yes.
And we all
Jimmy
fall
and
for
Jay
it. And we all love it.
That's not the story.
So, all right. So, folks, you've heard some of our predictions heading into Mania, which you will also see which ones are ultimately right. But, gentlemen, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our predictions and reviews, or previews rather, of Elimination Chamber. If you want to see our reviews, you better hit that like, share, subscribe right here on YouTube. Also follow us, Big Bucket Empire on Facebook. Also RevRest Pod on Twitch, folks. And God bless every last one of you. I hope you all make it back here to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast tomorrow night. Happy, healthy, much the wiser for our review of Elimination Chamber, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Bill K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes it the podcast hour. You can, of course, find me, Bill K.O.E., at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And I am signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Hey, folks, thanks for tuning in. I am your current reigning, defending Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. I'm excited to defend the belt against everything we talked about tonight. Like, I hope I'm right. Like, I think this is going to be a close one. Well, it will be a close one because we had a lot of similar picks. Doesn't matter how it ends up. It's going to
come
be a
down to the
tight
thin
show.
line.
It's going to come down to there's not a lot of matches and a lot of some of them pretty predictable. So it'll be a tight show, be a fun one. Make sure you tune in for the review. But then, like Phil said, like, share, subscribe, because as we head to WrestleMania, holy shit, it's going to build up. This is going to get even tighter. It's going to get even tougher, and we'll see who holds on to it. And yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. This has been fun. Appreciate everybody in chat. Appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
Folks, it's going down tomorrow night. Like, share, subscribe. Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Be here for the results, the review, and the recap, and the star ratings for all the matches, and get our analysis as we head into WrestleMania, because the season is upon us, folks. You do not want to miss it. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow night.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our review of Elimination Chamber. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower. You can find us right here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. And it is I, your king of extreme, folks. You can, of course, find me, Phil K.O.E., at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is K.O.E. Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And boy, howdy, folks, was this an Elimination Chamber event. I was thoroughly entertained. We were on the edge of our seat for quite a bit of it, folks. And for this edge of our seat review, I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
the former 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. And yes, this was certainly a premium live event to, parts of it we'll remember. Parts of it, I don't think I could drink enough.
Part of it were premium. Part of them happened to be alive. And part of them happened at events. Yes.
Yep. sometimes the commercials were made more sense than some of the things on the screen.
And they
But
certainly got more time than some of the matches.
yeah, we're gonna get into that too. Holy hell!
Well, I
There
hope
were
that's
some
not what
travesties
WrestleMania looks
tonight.
like, but we'll get into that. Now, Tony, actually, give me one moment. There's one thing I need to get here. You entertain the folks for just 15 seconds.
Okay, we are going to get right into the matches, the results, our ratings of them, our review of them. We're going to talk about where we think people are going to be heading into WrestleMania season now that this was the last premium live event before WrestleMania kicks off. So we have got some stuff to talk about here tonight, folks. Phil, what do you got going there?
Now,
bud?
Tony, I don't know if you know this, but I've had a spotted past with picking up the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship. It's been a little more difficult, but tonight
Yeah.
I tied champion Chicken
Yes.
for the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship, which is why I need to remind everyone that I am, in fact, the true tribal chief of the K.O.E. Nation, and I am the K.O.E. Nation champion. And this match, the fact that I'm able to tie with a championship as great as the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship, I think puts this deservingly right here. I mean, there's the basically, it's like, okay, here's the AEW title, the WWE Universal title, and then the KOE. It's pretty much the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship right here.
Right.
So really, if they ever split those two belts up, our title is far more prestigious. Let's be clear.
Yeah, and to be fair, you and Chicken tied tonight at 4 points apiece. It was a really good job on both of you guys. I went out of left field on my picks. It cost me because I was trying to statistically work it in my favor, and that did not happen. So at WrestleMania, I will be vying for that championship once again. Chicken, congratulations. If you pop in, that'd be great and just super. But we're going to get
he's doing like a Brock Lesnar schedule where he rarely ever comes in as champion. Well,
at least Roman Reigns showed up. And showed up tonight. He did. We're going to get into the card.
We'll get into that. But yeah, let's start off.
This was the kickoff was the women's elimination chamber match. Now, I'll be frank, there were things about this I did enjoy, but overall it was fairly average. I've got some notes. Liv Morgan and Natalya started off. The crowd loved Natalya, of course. They're in Canada. Raquel comes out third. She's got tremendous power. She just takes over. The sunset flip cross body into the cage between the three of them. That was decent. It was a nice little spot. Wasn't perfect, but it was decent. And then the code breaker, neck breaker, double team botch was just really bad. Took me out of it quite a bit. Nikki was in fourth. Liv was just really off. I felt like her facials just didn't.
What? Liv Morgan step off. Get the fuck out of here. I don't believe you, except for all the other hundreds of times that's happened before.
Mella's still in the pod, and she's taunting Raquel, and it was just even got the commentators to pop on that one. That was beautiful. Nikki, she's in now. She gets up on top of the pod, dives onto the other three. Really good spot there. Mella finally gets in at fifth. Tries to cover everybody in the ring, doesn't get a pinfall. She goes over to the pod, taunts Asuka. That was really nice. Nikki creeps her out, so she hides in her pod. This was a really good spot.
That was brilliant.
And then Raquel smashes Nikki through, and then Carmella has to go to a different pod and hide the other pod since the pod she was in just got destroyed. I don't know. Mella was really on with pretty much everything she did working.
No, not Mella. I mean, Mella is money. Like, there's a reason why I kind of gave her I wanted to give her a little bit more of a chance than other people because she's just an amazing worker. Like, there's better wrestlers, but she just gets who Carmella is supposed to be. Like, as a wrestler, as a gimmick, everything. So, yeah, Mella's money.
We got a comment here. Chris says Edge accepts Theory's open challenge on Media Scrum tonight. Is that
nice?
Is that for Raw or is that for? That's Mania. Not for WrestleMania, is it?
That would answer the question as to who Theory faces at Mania and what Edge does.
Well, we're going to get into that and where we think they're headed once we get to that match. But they, so the commentators missed it, but Raquel pinned Nikki. The commentators completely miss it because of a replay. Liv hit a sunset flip off of the pod to Raquel. That actually looked really nice. Mela goes for a cheap pin, gets a 2 count off of it. Asuka finally gets in last, destroys Carmella. Really good. Crowd loves Asuka. But Natalya subs Liv in the sharpshooter. And after, well, she didn't tap out because Asuka had to lock in an arm breaker at the same time. Then she passes out, quote unquote. Another weird facial thing, whatever. Now the crowd's pissed because they love Liv Morgan for some reason. Natalya gets the sharpshooter on Asuka, but Mela hits the super kick and pins Natty. She's out. Mela and Asuka double Raquel, pin her. She's out. Comes down to Mela and Asuka. They trade a bunch of pins, but Asuka locks in the submission and Carmella taps, giving Asuka the win. And Asuka punches her ticket to face Bianca Belair at WrestleMania. And
that'll be good.
All
That'll be
things
great.
considered, all things considered, that's going to be a great match. This was okay. Liv Morgan doesn't really do it for me. Raquel's got a lot of promise, but I thought she was a little sluggish in some of the spots. But overall, it wasn't bad. I'll give it 3 because it was
Liv
different.
Morgan is the greatest wrestler in the world, minus 2 steps.
Okay, yeah, Edge accept. Yeah, that's fair. Chris says that was for Raw. Okay, definitely not for Mania then. All right, good. Because I've got some thoughts on where they were supposed
But yeah,
to
like
go
I'm
with
sorry,
Edge.
like if Liv could just like get ahead 2 steps, she'd be amazing. But she's not quite there yet. So, yeah, like what did you give this match, T?
I'll give it a 3 because I saw what they're trying to do and it wasn't bad. There were just a few things that took me out of it overall, but not a bad match. Now, this was one of those matches where the cage really wasn't necessary. They basically could have told the same match without the Elimination Chamber. But, it is what it is. I thought that was almost distracting from the match that they were trying to tell. So I'll give it 3.
Okay. You know what? I'll give it 2.75.
Oh, that's fair. That's
all
fair.
right. And now,
yes, Bandit, she was double pinned. You should definitely watch more wrestling. And hello, Tyler. Welcome to the show. We're going to get into the next match. This was such a steaming pile of shit. This took me out of the event. This took me completely out of the event.
Really?
Bobby Lashley versus Brock Lesnar. This pissed me off.
Do we love Bobby?
No, nobody loves Bobby. Nobody loves Brock right now. This was a travesty.
I didn't even like getting the point that I got this way.
This was pointless. This was the dumbest thing they could have done. This match could have been avoided entirely, but they booked themselves into a corner for some reason, thinking that they had to get Brock Lesnar on this card and then somehow find a safe way out of it. You didn't need Brock Lesnar. You had all the heat from the bloodline. You had all the shine on Sami Zayn. This event in Montreal sold itself, but they thought they had to get Brock Lesnar, Canada's favorite neighbor, onto this card. And then
I was about to say, he's in the neighborhood. Like, it's a hop, skip, and jump for him. So it's probably no problem.
This way, though.
I know, but think about it. Any pay-per-view in Canada, you pretty much can get Brock to come because it's just a hop, skip, and jump for him.
I would have rather seen a build for a match. This didn't need to happen. Look, I'll sum this up as quickly as I can. For Bobby. Sorry, what?
Match. Remember when we used to actually thirst for the Brock Lesnar Bobby Lashley match, and now it's just ho hum. That's how quickly they.
No, I don't want to see a rematch. I do not want to.
You will at Mania.
That's the unfortunate truth.
No DQ.
I wanted to see it at Mania. I didn't want to see this. So it was a quick start. Brock gets Bobby into the corner with the shoulders and hits a big suplex. Dumps Bobby out. Follows him. Puts him back in. Brock eats the spear. Second spear. Can't get on the hurt lock. Brock hits the F5 after the counter to the hurt lock. 2 count. Gets another F5. 2 count. Crowd loves Brock. Goes for a third F5. Gets countered. Bobby hits the spear. Gets the hurt lock. Brock kicks his leg underneath Bobby's legs for a low blow. And the ref calls for the bell and the DQ. Bobby Lashley wins by disqualification within minutes. This was so fucking bad. Brock goes ballistic, beats the ever-living shit out of Bobby, beats up the ref, puts Bobby through the table, F5's the ref again on the outside for good measure. Crowd's still enjoying it, but most of them had to feel cheated. Like, I assume most of that noise was probably pumped in because they had to have known they just got cheated. This was so pointless because now this was the rubber match. Every match that these two have had has ended in a really wonky fashion. Brock dropped the first one because of outside interference. Brock got the win in Saudi Arabia via it was a really lackluster win. It didn't really
Well,
make
we could
either guy
say
look good.
we could say the same for Bobby tonight.
And then, yeah, Bobby gets a DQ win. So now we have to have a fourth.
Yep.
And honestly, if it's not no DQ match and they don't have some form of layout that they can tell a good story with, I'm not even interested at all. I'm not looking forward to Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. I'm not looking forward to Lashley right now. They buried both guys with this. I'll give it 175 because at least up until the low blow, I was enjoying it.
I was about to say, because it put me so far in the lead for a good chunk of this pay-per-view, I'll give it 2 stars, but I'm being very generous. But no, like Brock can sell his ass off. Like we kind of believed for a minute that the Hurt Lock was going to put Brock down. And I think that's what it's leading to at Mania. The Hurt Lock is going to put down Brock Lesnar at Mania in a no DQ match is what I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about the match anymore. This ruined it for me. They had a chance in a trilogy to really.
If they make it an interesting gimmick match, I'm in.
Well, it's going to take a hell of a build to get me back on board to want to see this for a fourth time because this sucked.
Brock versus Bobby in a strap match. Tell me you don't want to see that.
Completely out of any care or concern for their Mania match. This took me out of this show.
Okay,
Tony
I'll
G
ask
for
the
special
audience.
Guest ref. Fucking right.
I will appeal to the audience then because I think Brock versus Bobby in a strap match. That's like the curiosity is going to get you. Okay. Like you're not going to be able to help yourself. You got to see, like, they've got to put some sort of gimmick to this. And if they can actually convince Brock to, try, then we're going to have something pretty interesting here. But that is all
Brock
dependent
can't do the Brock match if he's tied to his opponent.
If the strap's long enough, like if it's Daniel Bryan Fiend length, you can make that work. I mean, like Daniel Bryan could get in the corner and do his kicks to the Fiend all the way from the other side of the ring with that strap. But like it just adds an extra element. So to me, I think, yeah, you put those two in a strap match or anything, really. Like any gimmick match, I'm interested in.
They could do a cage match. That would make the most sense to me.
Yeah,
they're both MMA guys. Make it a cage match. That's the only thing that makes sense.
No,
then maybe
Tony,
I might give
a Lion's Den match.
Okay, we're moving on. There was a hype video for WrestleMania. Of course, there was. Seth Rollins dressed up as the fucking Joker on the steps doing the dance. Becky Lynch comes out dressed
doing the Batman voice.
She's doing Batman voice. If you didn't see it,
and then she says, "I'm going to the man cave." It's like, I didn't know he had a man cave. Well, because I'm the man. And at that point, I was like, okay, I'm on board. Like, I hated it every second until then.
It was terrible, but it was great. And then there were a bunch of other commercials, which sucked me right back out of this show.
It was like 5 minutes of commercials. Now, granted, what's funny is the next match was the mixed tags match, right?
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, this is funny. At this point, during the 15 commercials, I got a call from my mom. My dad's been under the weather, so I got a little worried. But no, she's just checking in. And then the Edge Beth Phoenix versus Judgment Day, or no, not Jesus Christ, up against Finn Balor and Rhea Ripley match. And they're like, and I was like, oh yeah, it's a wrestling match going on. It's like, oh well, I'll let you get back to it. No. I had to explain to my mom what a dead spot match is. It's like, no, don't worry. This is where everybody in the arena gets up and goes to the bathroom. This is where they go to the merch stand. This is where they get a corn dog. This is the dead spot. So don't worry about it. And so, put my phone on speaker, let grandparents talk to their grandkid for a minute, and I just kind of paid attention to what was going on. Then they got done with their conversation. I came back to the match before it was over. But I thought that was a little funny that I was explaining to my family what a dead spot match was.
Well, I'm glad you had that much to say about it because after the last match, I was really not enthused.
That's why it was in the dead spot.
But I did take some notes. Dominic, I think Dominic was actually really great here.
Oh
He
yeah.
got chased out of the arena, and then he came back to just a chorus of boos. The crowd was eating him alive. That was fantastic. It started off when it was mostly they started off with Edge and Balor, but it really quickly went into mostly Beth and Rhea, which was nice. But I don't think they kept Rhea looking as strong as she should have throughout most of these encounters. It was pretty 50-50. When they finally did get a spot where Balor pinned Edge, Beth is on the outside and she's supposed to rush the ring and break up the pin. Very clearly misses it, and it could have been a 3.5 count. This sucked all the momentum that they possibly had. Yuck. Bad on Beth. And then we got the treat of the ladies power bombing both of the men at the same time, coming out of a superplex attempt. And I was pretty much fucking done with it at this point because obviously we're not supposed to take any of it serious. And yeah, Edge and Beth got the win. I think that was a really piss poor way to tell this story.
Yeah, I think I came back to the match right as the two girls were doing the power bombs to the two guys, and I said, "Did I just come back to the most preposterous spot imaginable?"
Yeah. Now, I did like the spot where Edge has Finn about to tap, so Beth locks Rhea into a submission. Rhea has to hold Finn's arm up. Don't you dare tap. Dominic gets involved again, drops the brass knucks on accident. Rhea plants it on Edge, but Edge has gotten beaten in the head with chairs and brass knuckles, and apparently he's fine with it because he bounces right back from it every fucking time. It's not even special anymore. So that took me out of it a little bit, but that sequence wasn't bad. Again, Dominic was maybe the MVP of this whole thing. And I don't know. Overall, I'll give it 2 stars because this wasn't the trajectory. Coming out of Extreme Rules, Judgment Day had a lot of heat, and they didn't really do much with it. And then months later, after they buried Edge and Beth comes back, attacks Rhea during the men's rumble, and then we never see her again. She could have been in the women's rumble, but no, she's just there. No, she's just there. We're not going to put her in the match, let Rhea get a little bit of heat back. No. Let's not do that. Let's save it for this match, this mixed tag match. Now, you would think going into Mania, if they're going to do Edge versus Finn Balor probably should have had the win here because Edge is going to win at Mania. This flips it on its head. Are they really going to put Finn Balor over Edge if they're still going to do that match? And the fact that Rhea had to eat this loss, I know it's not her eating the pin, but at the same time, this takes a lot of shine off of Rhea heading into her match against Charlotte. It doesn't matter how you book it. She took a loss here and did not look very dominant throughout this whole match. So
I think
this was a disservice to everybody involved, frankly. Trajectory-wise, storytelling-wise.
I think the Judgment Day from now on needs to wear old T-shirts of the old WWE pay-per-view Judgment Day. And then let them collect a piece of royalties off that. But like I think that would be brilliant. Yeah, I mean, goddamn, you got to keep your part-timers strong, T.
Yeah,
that's the people that you're relying on to do shit at Mania. So yeah, I'm gonna agree with you, 2 stars. So thus far, this has been an incredibly entertaining pay-per-view.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like the Asuka win, I'm like, all right, that was decent. And then 2 really a bad match, and then I don't really like the way they went about this one. So
yeah, that was those 2 matches.
So now we head into what did get us back into it, the men's elimination chamber match for the U.S. title. So, oh man, Phil, what could have been?
Started off with Johnny Same Face and Seth Rollins. Yeah. And the first couple minutes, the crowd wasn't even into it. They were just doing Seth's music thing for a while. Yeah. So it wouldn't matter what Johnny Same Face tried. And I remember like they're going through wrist locks and I mentioned, Tony, when somebody wrenches on my wrist, this is normally just what every human does.
Yeah,
it's not hurts. Ooh, like no, it's just that hurts. You should stop.
I like how Johnny has just accepted the fact that he is just an unemotional same face dude, and wears the same face emoji on his tights. That's nice of him to at least acknowledge it. I will say
Seth, you want to hurt me? I don't believe you.
the double teaming from Gargano and Rollins to Theory was some top shelf
That
stuff.
was marvelous.
Theory trying to make a bargain with both guys and then finally bails into the pod, locks himself in,
That
taunts
was
Gargano,
brilliant.
staring him in the face, taunting him. Meanwhile, Seth goes on the other side of the pod and opens it and just kind of holds his wrist up on the waits for him to turn around. And then they both end up inside the pod beating the ever living crap out of Theory.
Phone booth fight.
Yeah.
Now,
it was a
after
fucking
this,
great
at
visual.
that point, the only thing I could think through this whole match was get Montez Ford in there. Get
Yeah.
Montez Ford in there. But no,
Please,
then we had
please.
to painstakingly go through Bronson Reed
So yeah, that's
and then
when
Damian Priest.
No, Priest came in fourth.
Okay, sorry. But
And I'll
sorry,
be
it was
frank,
just so entertaining. I forgot which order they came in.
there was some stuff between Damian Priest and Seth Rollins. I'm like, they might have something there. You could get those two in a program. I think there'd be something.
Okay, Tony, Seth Rollins could have a good match with this bottle of William LaRue Weller.
If
Okay,
you
that's
get
not
Priest
fair.
out of Judgment Day and back on his own, there's something there. There is something there. Reed
Seth
does
could
come
have
in
a
fifth.
good match with this pair of glasses,
aware,
Tony.
but-
That's not fair.
And if you give him a
Looking
good
for more
dance
props.
partner, it makes an even better match. That's what I'm talking about here. Bronson Reed comes in at 5 because we wanted that.
Seth
instead
Rollins
of-
could have a good match with
Yes, we
Father
know,
Time
with the
himself,
timer.
Tony.
Yes, that's good.
With Father Time himself. Okay? Like that's it was there.
Phil,
I had to use
Phil.
the prop.
Phil, it's
Tony,
okay.
the door was open. I had to walk through it.
Anyway, so Bronson Reed comes in at 5 because we wanted
This
Montez.
ashtray, Tony, he could have. Oh, I'm done.
You got them all out. You got all the visual gags out.
Jingling keys.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Got it.
there we go.
Got it. It's out of my system.
Instead of Montez Ford coming in at 5th, like we wanted, even though we wanted him at 4, Bronson Reed comes in. He cleans house, does a bunch of double team moves. It's fine. That's what he's there for. He's there to be the big guy, the big beefy guy doing big moves to 1 to 2 guys at a time. Fine. Finally, at the end, Montez Ford, number 6, comes in on fire. The only gripe I'm going to have with Montez Ford throughout this whole thing, you don't have to throw the suck it crotch chop every
Yeah, he
chance
threw
you
that
get.
like 47 to 58 times throughout the night.
It was a lot.
When the minute he came in, though, it was just the second he gets out the cell, he's jumping 5 feet in the air, throwing a kick on the Theory, and he's just beating the shit out of everybody.
His
And
body
everything
language, his
everything
facial,
he did was
his
pure
energy.
fucking gold.
Yeah,
Like when
Montez-
Gargano and Reed did that spot that almost broke both of their necks.
Yeah, so
Um,
Reed has Gargano up on his shoulders. Seth springboards into the ring and hits a clothesline on Gargano, who flips backwards and does a reverse hurricanrana to Bronson Reed, the tub of a man, nearly killing both of them. It looked amazing. I don't know that I would have risked it for this match, but kudos to them. And then Montez Ford shows the agility and athleticism and strength that he's got. He ascends the cage, not just the wall, but he starts climbing up the inclined portion of the cage, flips himself over while hanging up there, and then does like a reverse flip splash onto the field of players. It was a beautiful visual. It's one of the things you've never seen in this match. So it really did stand out.
Interesting. Yeah, like that one was great. And then Montez Ford, just with the way he flipped over Bronson Reed for the cover, was like the person in the back row could see
Well, it was not before that.
desperation.
To get him out of the match, it did take a single kick from, I think, Gargano, then a double kick, Gargano and Rollins, and then was it Gargano, Rollins, and was it Theory or was it Montez? I don't remember, but it took triple kicks simultaneously, and then they all hit their finishers. Montez Ford got the pin, and yeah, like you said, the way he covered him was even special. So Montez Ford was just special.
Yeah, like to me, I would have totally been down with Montez Ford winning this match, but I wasn't booking it. So,
then you got the spot with Rollins and Gargano on top of the pod, start chopping each other. You called that one. Seth gets Gargano up in a power bomb, and he's going to power bomb him off of the pod.
Yep.
Except Gargano does a Hurricanrana, flings Seth off. Both guys fall off. Both potentially could have gotten really hurt in this one. It was a little clunky, but it was a cool.
Yeah,
visual.
Damian Priest was in the general vicinity to catch about 8 pounds of Johnny Gargano's weight coming down.
It's okay. He made up for it, though, Phil, because that's when Damian Priest gave Gargano a razor's edge and pinned him and got him the fuck out of the match.
Oh, well, that's nice of him. Thanks for coming, Johnny.
Then the blockbuster power bomb from Rollins and Montez. That was beautiful.
I was about to say, it's like, okay, if you need somebody that can jump up high enough and flip over, grab somebody that's sitting on top of another person, you're talking Montez.
Yeah, that was perfect. And that's how they got Damian Priest out of the match. And then a big curb stomp to Montez Ford from Seth Rollins while he's kind of hanging on the middle rope with his feet, gets stomped on the cage, and then he gets him in, eliminates Montez Ford, broke our hearts. And then Montez sells really hard. We're like, they show the replay. He didn't get hurt. What are they doing here? Feels like, why are they doing this? There's like 5 guys helping Montez Ford to get the door open. And you're like, oh, man. Sure as shit.
And so, like, even in this match, I was still 80% correct, which is why, I mean, like, in terms of like Chael Sonnen points, Tony, I am the actual champion because I was 80% correct in this match too. It was just the person who happened to get a 1, 2, 3 might have been a slightly different, but Tony, don't let something so inconsequential as that get in the way of a good K.O.E story. So yeah. Really, your real champion,
like
the King of Extreme here, heading into Mania as the KOE champion.
So with the door open, that's when a yellow shirt, loud-looking son of a bitch, Logan Paul hits the ring.
Paul shows up. Jesus.
Honestly, I didn't expect it to go Logan's the heel and Rollins is the face because Rollins has been a heel for so long, but the crowd kind of turned him back. And the last time we really saw Logan, the crowd wanted to cheer him against Roman. And when they brought him back, they forced him to be a heel. So it's a different dynamic than I kind of wanted to see between these two, but it'll work because this match is going to be fucking great. But Logan does distract Seth quite a bit. And it was enough. It was enough to cost Seth the win. Theory hits his finisher. Theory retains. I really did enjoy this one. It wasn't the most stellar Elimination Chamber match, but there were spots I'm like, damn. These guys are at least putting in the work. They are trying their asses off, and there was some unique stuff. So I really did enjoy it. I don't mind that Theory got the win. I really liked your idea that Rollins wins the U.S. title and defends it and drops it to Logan Paul. I think that would have been a better story overall. We'll see where they go with Theory for Mania. I don't know. But overall, the match. Be that big, so. No. I give the match 3.75.
Yeah, I'm remiss to give this 4 stars because they didn't give Montez Ford nearly enough time.
True. They made us wait till the end.
So yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. 3.75.
I can't look at this and go like Montez Ford finally got a big singles debut. Like we were robbed of him in the Royal Rumble. He got a big singles run in this, at least finally, once they put him in the match. I don't know where they're gonna go with him. I really don't. I'm waiting and salivating at the idea that eventually they're going to break the Street Profits up. I can't wait for that singles run. If they do it right, he could be one of the all-time charismatic figures, superstars. He really could be. He's got all the tools. Austin Theory with the U.S. title. I don't know where they're going to go with him. I hope they have something in mind instead of just throwing a bunch of people in for a 4 or 5 way at WrestleMania, which you know is what they'll end up doing, and nobody will care about the belt. The match will be fun, but nobody will care about the belt. And it's not getting.
It'll be a nice night 1 dead spot match.
There you go. So I mean, it'll be a good match though, but nobody will care. Bronson Reed, I don't know. He's just going to be a big body. It looks like they didn't really elevate.
He had a couple moments where he looked good, but other than that, he was in fact present.
Gargano, I assume, will be involved with the U.S. title moving forward. What else do you do with him? Priest is unfortunately handcuffed to Judgment Day. No idea what he'll be doing. Really, it's just Rollins we know is going to face Logan Paul. Rollins came out looking the best of this. Didn't even get the win. There you have it.
Well done. The Shield knows how to do that. Even when they lose, they win. That's just all the members. Have you ever noticed that?
I have.
Well, let's call him Moxley now. John Moxley, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns. Even when they lose, they somehow seem to keep a little piece of shine on. It's funny how that works.
And now it's time.
Your
For the
main
main
event. Yes.
Oh my God, this match! Wow. After the pretty decent Elimination Chamber match, I was really ready to see this.
Same here.
Holy crap! The package was great. Honestly, usually the packages run long. I felt like they could have done this package twice as long, and I wouldn't have been upset.
Oh yeah, they cut it real short.
Yeah, the package was good, but like, man, there's so much more of the story we could have told. I know what the story is, but I still want the recap because it's been that good. Roman Reigns comes out first, gets the big entrance. It's fantastic. And then Sammy, his music hits.
Like Heroes Welcome Pop.
Oh, the crowd was ballistic, and he just stood there and kind of soaked it all in, giving a really nervous glance. And then he fired up, and they fired up even more back with him. And they were electric for Sammy. Get into the ring. And I can't remember the name of the announcer gal, but she did a really good job announcing these guys. She really lays it in thick for Roman. She really does.
Mm-hmm.
And when
you kind of have to for the tribal chief.
Yeah, you do. But
for Roman Sammartino.
When she announces Sammy, the crowd loses their minds again. It's fantastic. And when Roman gets announced, when Sammy's bouncing around the ring before the bell rings, he's just smiling, and he even blew Sammy a kiss. It was beautiful. And when he gets announced, he goes over to Sam and he holds the belts up, and just the body language of Roman. He looks amazing doing this. And then they finally ring the bell. How long did it take before anything actually happened after they rung the bell?
Okay, Tony. Hulk couldn't milk a crowd like this. Roman stood fucking
stoic,
fucking death staring into Sammy for the better part of 3 minutes. And then there was a little bit of walking around of the ring. And so it took a full 5 to 6 minutes. And you know how I know, Tony? Because during that stare down, your kids came and interrupted you multiple times.
Yeah.
And in all of that, like when you're like, okay, not right now, like, and all the, the corralling that it takes. By the time you got back, their stare down still wasn't over. So that was how good it was.
It boiled down to Roman moving from one side of the ring to the other, and the crowd was eating it up out of the palms of their hands. They didn't do anything. They just stood there and walked around, and the crowd was electric. This is how you know you're doing something right. You don't have to go out there and bust a bunch of furniture. You don't have to go out there and do a bunch of gymnastic routine flips. You don't have to go out there and blade. They literally stood there and walked around the ring, and the crowd couldn't have been more invested in it. This is pro wrestling, folks. This is the heart of it.
This is a match that in the modern era didn't need blading, but in the old days would have absolutely had some.
Yeah, it would have.
This one didn't need the juice. I think at Mania, if somebody gets a little juice, I wouldn't be begrudge.
Know how that's gonna go, Phil.
But we'll get there. We'll get there.
When this finally did start and they locked up, Sammy didn't really get the upper hand right away, but he did get a surprise upper hand. But Roman maintained control of this. He would allow Sammy a little bit of a comeback, like just a little bit. Big forearm or a clothesline here, didn't matter. They weren't doing much. This was just pro wrestling at its finest. And he would take control back, but he'd give Sammy a glimmer of hope, and Sammy take a bit of control. And then they'd go to the outside. And right next to the ring, Sammy's real life wife is right there in the front row. Roman takes Sammy over and it looks at her directly, talking to her. This is his fault. I wanted to love him. I wanted to love you. I wanted to make your lives better. Just taunting. This is his fault. It was beautiful. And then when the reverse happened,
he got Sammy right in the wife. Like it was fucking beautiful, and she was playing along with it
Oh yeah.
marvelously. Like she's like just A+ wrestler spouse performance.
And then when Sammy did get the upper hand and they went back to the same spot, Sammy gets Roman back in the ring. Champion's advantage. I got to get him back in the ring. Goes over, gets the big Hulk up, gives his wife a big kiss. Holy shit. Climbs up.
Yeah, just about yanks her head off the swivel.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I was like, boy, that's a bit aggressive.
He ascends to the top. He's going to hit Roman with something big. Roman takes back over. It's just visual chess. It's visual chess with somebody you know is completely outmatched, but they've got enough support and momentum that you still want to believe. This kept going like this the whole way, and it gets more and more intense and more physical. Both guys are finally starting to wear out. Paul, the visuals, the facials, the gimmick laughing that you can hear from Paul, it was all absolutely beautiful. This was fantastic stuff. And then the big, I think we had a couple of false finishes here and there. And then the ref goes down. Sammy gets the big knockout blow, goes to pin Roman. No referee. He's down. He goes over to get the referee revived, but the referee falls outside of the ring. Oh no, Sammy, you just lost your shot. That's when Jimmy Uso hits the ring and starts super kicking the ever-living hell out of Sami Zayn. 3 times, I believe. Puts Roman on top of Sammy, and then a new ref who apparently didn't just see what happened starts to get the count. 1, 2, gets a kick out. Sammy's still got life, even though Jimmy just kicked the hell out of him. Sammy fires back. Jimmy hops back up onto the ring apron. He takes out Jimmy. He's still got Roman on the ropes now. This is fantastic stuff, folks. Big false finishes. Finally, Roman takes back over. Then there was another spot where the new ref was supposed to go down. He was out of place. Sammy and Roman call an audible and did about 2 minutes, and then went back to when the ref got back into position, and it was perfect. The ref goes down. Both guys are down. Like, these guys both ring generaled this situation flawlessly. I absolutely loved this. Finally, we're getting more and more intense. The crowd's still just on fire for Sami Zayn. Roman tells Paul, get the chair. Paul gives him the chair.
Yes, my tribal chief.
Roman's going to bash Sammy in with the chair. Camera cuts back to the full ring. There's Jey Uso. Just slid in the ring. Roman, where you been? What are you doing? You're going to stick up for him? Tries to give Jey the chair. You do it. Because, like you said, that worked so well last time we saw this. And it looks like Jey might even smash him with the chair, just like Sammy did. But he doesn't do it. Roman's like, you're wasting my time. A scuffle ensues. Sammy goes to spear Roman. Roman moves. Sammy spears Jey.
Oh.
Now we don't know. Does
My heart.
Jey understand the situation, or is he going to be pissed? Is this going to further cause a divide because of what Roman did there, or is this going to bring him back in the fold? It's beautiful storytelling. Roman finally does get a capitalized spot, but more kickouts. Sammy kicked out of so much in this match. Superman punches, spear, like everything he could have thrown at him, he kicked out of. But ultimately, it wasn't to be. Roman finds the opening, smashes Sammy up with the chair, dumps everything on him, gets the pin. 1, 2, 3. This was beautiful.
Now wait, you forgot one of the most gorgeous parts of this match, Tony.
Oh, sorry. There were
Paul
so many.
Heyman getting into the ring
Oh,
and just laying into.
We haven't gotten there yet. That was at the end.
I thought that was during the match. Oh no, you're right. You're right. Okay. I was about to say, because that will go down. It's like Tony, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Tyson Fury, Ray Robinson, Paul Heyman. Like, I mean, with those, Tyler Williams, okay, but how long they gonna let Roman hold the belts?
Not much longer.
When he surpasses Bruno Sammartino's title reign, then they'll consider.
He's not going to
taking
have the belt
he's-
for 5 more years, Phil. It's
He's
not
going to have the belt for 5 more years, Tony. Any kin to Billy
Zane.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. But yeah, so
Sammy
if
eats
it's
the
not
loss.
Cody at Mania, then yeah, we got a Roman Sammartino reign.
We'll get there. So Sammy eats the pin. The crowd's heartbroken.
Ew. Oh God! Everyone was staying there like this.
You just arms folded, pissed.
You know, like
So
the Mad Miz girl, like that meme. That was all of Montreal.
So Jimmy and Roman are going to beat down Sami Zayn now. Don't know what happened to Jay. When all of a sudden Kevin Owens music hits, and here
Sammy's spear is just so devastating. He probably had to be led in the back.
Right. So Kevin Owens hits the ring, hits the stunner on Roman, hits the stunner on Jimmy. Paul Heyman, as Kevin is making a beeline for Roman in the corner, gets in the ring, and like he said, with the weakest forearm shots imaginable, the most pathetic looking attack in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, it was beautiful. Like I said, I mean, Mike Tyson's probably going to want to take lessons from Paul Heyman.
Oh, it was amazing. Oh, it was amazing.
He just understands his part so brilliantly. Like, yeah, I say this with no hyperbole. If they ever, like, the latest Batman movie that had the Penguin really missed an opportunity not casting Paul Heyman as the Penguin.
Bandit, Roman Reigns is almost 38 years old.
Okay.
FYI. So, yeah, that's when you've got Kevin Owens in the middle of the ring. Roman's still trying to get up in the corner. Sammy's in the adjacent corner. Kevin steps back, lets Sammy hit the haluva kick. Gets at least a little bit of his decency back after eating the loss. Kevin leaves the ring. That's how we fade out. This was a fucking stellar match. This isn't even the end of the Bloodline, but it's not even the end of the Sammy and the Bloodline arc. But this was a great payoff. Sammy had a hell of a match.
Oh, yeah.
And it does tease the tag match with him and Kevin for WrestleMania. And we don't know where the Usos' loyalty is for Jimmy or Jay really at this point, because everything's just so discombobulated. It's good storytelling. It leaves you wanting more, and you don't feel cheated with how Sammy's match with Roman went down, because he got to have it in front of a home crowd that was white hot for him. So really nobody expected him to get the win. Had he gotten the win, man, what a moment and a pop it would have been, but nobody feels cheated.
I agree with everything that you said there, but I'm going to add one more thing. This match also did exactly what I said it has to do last night when we did the preview, and I knew this match was going to do it, and it did it in spades. And what I'm talking about is it built the desire. It started to build the desire to get the belt off of Roman. Okay, now I think, it could have been a little more obvious, but they started planting the seed. But
I feel like the seeds got planted with Drew when they did it overseas. Because that was kind of the
Tony. That was you just believing a beautiful.
Phil, you hating Drew McIntyre. Nobody gives a shit. Look, when Drew McIntyre had
it's like nobody gives a shit about Drew McIntyre.
That's fine, Phil. Nobody cares. When that match happens,
duet with Tyson.
You had an amazing crowd reaction with an opponent like Drew, who's held the belt before. You could see them. That's what I'm talking about. Planting the seeds with the crowd popping. They wanted to see it. Since they've gotten away from having one specific opponent and they've been focusing on the Bloodline instead of having Roman just have one guy to go after, and it's been the Bloodline, and we've been gearing towards the Sammy thing. It's been a crescendo, and we go back to the same formula that they use with Drew. That's what I'm saying. They get the hometown heat crowd, they get the shine on the guy, and they make you believe, because it's the same thing. They made you believe that this could actually happen. You knew it wasn't going to, but the match made you believe. And that's good storytelling. That's what Roman has gotten so fantastic at doing. So when it does finally happen, sooner than Phil thinks, it's going to be all that much more satisfying. I don't know that
Not
Sami
as
Zayn even
soon
wants
as
to be
Tony
that
thinks
guy.
either.
Well, Bandit, he's almost 38. He doesn't have 5 more years. It'd have to be a pretty light fucking schedule.
No, I think well the schedule's going to be light, but you're going to have the undisputed WWE World Heavyweight Universal Champion going to Hollywood and starring in major movies, and then they can have Fast and Furious 27 with WWE Champion Roman Reigns. Like, so I think
they could
that's
do that,
how they're going to do that.
They won't. It's just not.
They will.
Happen.
They will
It's
because
not
he
gonna
is the
happen.
tribal chief, Tony.
You can't keep
Yes, my tribal chief.
contention for 8 years just to break a record. It's just not going to
Sure
happen.
you can.
It would be
If you
bad.
give it the right momentum, it sure can.
It wouldn't be good.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah,
We're doing it.
That's not going to happen. They're not.
If Cody doesn't beat him at Mania, then we are looking at the momentum of a Roman Sammartino reign.
You can say it as many times as you want. It's not going to happen
because it's true and it's happening. Roman Sammartino. We are witnessing history live.
We're
folks.
not. He's got 3 years. It takes another 5. Good luck with this prediction.
If it was anybody other than the tribal chief,
your commitment.
If it was anyone other than the tribal chief, I would have my doubts, Tony. But
I
it is
appreciate your commitment to this one. It's not going to pan out.
Roman Sammartino, folks. We're seeing it. So
what do you rate this match?
Kind of guy gave it 4, don't you?
I'm absolutely going to give it 4. I'm going to give 4.25 actually.
4.25. I'm gonna stick with 4. The Kevin Owens ending was great, and it was a good way to send the folks home happy.
Yes.
And when the camera cut, Sammy got the mic and he cut a brilliant French Canadian promo that we will never understand. Yep. But I'm betting the crowd loved it. So brilliant all around. 4-star engagement with Roman and Sammy. And even at the beginning of the match, you could see Roman kind of looking at Sammy like, welcome to the big time, kid. This is your dream. You get to come home to Montreal. And thank you, little one. I'll eat that later. But anyways, yeah, excellent match. Sammy did everything he needed to do and more. And I think it's needless to say, anytime he wants to wrestle in Montreal, he's gonna get a pretty big pop.
Well, yeah, that kind of goes without saying.
So, T, this is the final pay-per-view live premium event. I think they should just try to smash those two together. Pay per premium live event view. Yes, I like it. Before WrestleMania.
We do have one more stop before WrestleMania. That's AEW Revolution, I believe, on March 5th. So we do have one event before WrestleMania. Now, as we know, WrestleMania is a 2-night ordeal. You're going to want to like, share, subscribe to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our coverage of that. And I'm sure we'll do some Road to WrestleMania predictions. It will make a big spectacle out of that as well, folks. So we've got a lot of great stuff coming down the pike. But yeah, we've got one more pay-per-view, and then it's WrestleMania season, and there's no looking back. Can you wait? I can't wait. We finally have a WrestleMania with a main event that actually feels larger than life for the first time in a long time. I don't know what they're going to fill the card with. We know we're going to have like a Logan Paul, Seth Rollins match. It's going to be fucking fire in there.
That's going to be spectacular.
I think Asuka and Bianca is going to be fantastic. Charlotte and Rhea is going to be fantastic. If they're going to do Lesnar and Lashley in a cage, I could get behind it. Anything else, I don't care. There has to be a winner.
We'll probably open night 1 with it again.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, the show open stopper. Yeah, that's
Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn against the Usos will be fucking great. Like
there's
a lot of great stuff going on here.
And now, Tony, with Sami Zayn versus the Usos, how are the Usos going to be able to get along?
God damn it! It's not Shawn Michaels and Stone Cold, Bill.
Tony, it's
like twin brothers,
the brothers of destruction. It's the first time around. How are these brothers going to get along?
That's
Yes. So that's
It's the
exactly
inner
what this is.
conflict that Jey Uso has, and I was
Exactly. So how are they going to get along with this inner
It's not the
conflict?
conflict with his brother; it's a conflict with Roman Reigns and his loyalty to the blood.
Well, I mean, his brother's loyal to Roman, so there's
I
conflict.
stick with
How
my
are they
prediction
going
from
to get
last
along?
night. I feel Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn will win, beat the Usos for the titles. Jey is going to offer up Jimmy to Sami Zayn, just like Sami Zayn offered Kevin Owens up to Jey at War Games. It's going to be a beautiful visual. It's going to bring so many things full circle. It's going to plant that big dissension. It's going to be a big blow to the bloodline heading into that match with Cody. How can Roman get his focus back? He's losing the bloodline. It's falling apart from the insides. Who's left to support him in this main event? It's going to be an amazing story. I cannot wait for Cody and Roman. We're talking match of the year candidate before it even happens. You know it's going to be fantastic. Take a shot. There you go.
Thank you.
I would
little
take one
fettuccine.
too. I'm a little under the weather tonight, though.
Oh, shucky darns. So we got, you've kind of broken down a couple of the matches. The bigger question is, like, is this going to be the first WrestleMania where they don't call in the old, like, the retired talent, the part-timers?
We'll
Because Stone
see.
Cold could potentially do a match. I mean, now Kevin Owens is going to be busy.
It depended if what they were going to do with Roman. If they were going to do a 2-night thing with Roman and The Rock's not doing it, I don't think you have to do 2 nights with Roman now. So I don't think there's any reason to do the Stone Cold match now. Who could he do it with? I don't know.
Yeah,
Is
well,
that where-
Steve Austin, like, I know Steve Austin's kind of feeling it again, but Kevin Owens was soft enough on him to the point where he didn't have to worry about his neck.
Yeah.
Roman, like, he's pillow soft, but at the same time, to sell that spear, you're gonna have to take a hell of a bump, and I don't think that's something Austin really wants to do. So
I think the only old guard you're going to see potentially, like, I guess you got
Edge.
Brock Lesnar, Edge, maybe
Brock,
John
I don't
Cena.
quite call him the old guard yet. What he is the last guy with that old school mystique.
Little Fettuccine asks, how was the pay-per-view? The women's elimination chamber was mediocre to above average. The Lashley Lesnar match was a steaming pile of dog shit, and they shouldn't have done it. It was embarrassing and pissed us all off.
Become a subscriber at Big Bucket Empire on Facebook,
Mixed review.
I'll talk
frankly.
about that after this.
I didn't love it. I think they went with the wrong winner. I think they went with the wrong story trajectory, but we'll see what they do. I assume we're going to get Edge versus Finn at WrestleMania. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not as excited now with the way they told it, but the men's elimination chamber match, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I gave it 3.75. A really good one. I enjoyed it. And the main event was just absolutely fantastic. If you get a chance, you got to go back and watch this. Roman versus Sami was just storytelling in the professional wrestling ring at its finest. I absolutely loved it. I cannot recommend it enough. Great match. So really, if you only can watch one match, make sure you watch the main event.
Interesting. Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I mean, the the elimination chamber match was good, but the main event was better. Like, that's the easiest way to put it. So, T, anything else you'd like to say to the people on this road to WrestleMania?
You can usually tell where they're trying to go, and I feel like this is the first Mania in a long time where they actually do have a lot of the card kind of figured out before the week of, because in recent years they have been really bad about getting a finalized card. They've been throwing matches together at the last second on the go home shows just to fill out and justify that 2-night event. With the Usos versus Sami and Kevin, you've got both women's title matches. You've got Cody Roman. You've got Edge Balor. There's a Logan Seth. There's 6 matches right there. I mean, there's going to be some really good matches just out of those 6. What they're going to find to fill out the rest of the card, I don't know. But I feel like they can actually put together a good show, a 2-night show even, and they don't have to wait to the last minute to do it. So I'm excited to see where the rest of this all unfolds. And I'm excited to see how this bloodline stuff starts wrapping up.
Yeah, I have to agree. And Tony, I am so looking forward to what we're going to see on the road to whoa, WrestleMania. I know the internet synced those up
Yes.
perfectly. And I just love every time when I try to sing that, you and Chicken both jump in thinking, obviously, the unsynced internet's going to make this better. But folks,
It's gonna be
yes,
great.
the road to
It's gonna sound amazing.
WrestleMania is upon us. The road to greatness, the showcase of the immortals. It's going down when WrestleMania goes Hollywood, baby. And you're going to be right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast to see all the news, the views, the thrills, the chills, and all the spills along the way to WrestleMania. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here for our review of Elimination Chamber. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on TikTok, KOE Nation on Twitch. But that is, of course, right after you subscribe right here to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Be sure to also follow us on Big Buckin' Empire on Facebook, folks. Big Buckin' Empire on Facebook, so you can find all the news, the views, and everything that you need in this world for KOE and Tony G content, and occasionally Chicken too. But yeah, you know, who needs that guy? Folks, you're here for the main
it's not
stars
like
of the
he
show.
retained because he tied or anything tonight to answer.
Yes, I mean, no, you have your true tribal chief right here, Phil KOE, with the KOE Championship going into WrestleMania, folks. This is going to be the one. This is going to be where it's all on the line. This is going to be the WrestleMania you need to see, folks. God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves. I hope you all find yourself back here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, the KOE Nation, and Big Buckin' Empire. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, take it away.
Folks, just like, share, subscribe, Linktree/Big Buckin' for all of our shows across the Big Buckin' Empire. But the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, like I said, we've got one more stop, AEW Revolution, coming up March 5th. Be here for that. Be here for the coverage and the predictions and the review. And then, yes, our road to WrestleMania coverage, our predictions for that. Both nights, the review, the recap, the results, and the ratings. It's all coming down in the next couple months, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. Like, share, subscribe. Do not miss it. Be here for us. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you for Revolution.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do
Oh my.
if I ever get back.
All right.
I promise to refer.
Now, Alex Stone, Alesto, sir, good sir, asking to do an extra dry gin. It's the show's. I was just going over those results. I was going to get into Ukraine here in a little bit, but I'm going to let you just, if you want me to. I got some gin right here just because you subscribed, and also just so you know, if you maintain your subscribership, you get something really fun. You can make any one of us on the show once an hour take a shot or chug a beer or sing a song or whatever it is you want, and that resets every hour. So the first hour, you can make one of us take a shot. The second hour, you can make that same person or somebody else take a shot. If we go into the third hour, you got to, and that's your $5 buys you all that. It's actually wonderfully, wonderfully fun. But if you want me to take one this time, I will do it right here, right now in front of you. If you want me to save that one, load it up for the next show, I will make Tony do it for you. That is your choice as a new subscriber to Big Buckin' Empire, because we are ever so grateful to our subscribers that we will literally just shy of jump through hoops. I probably should have changed my face. No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry. But yes, okay, save it. Save it for one. It can be me, Tony, and I think we're either going live Thursday or Friday. So either tomorrow night or the night after. And I'll be sure to send you a PM when we're going live, Alesto, because you are our new you're our new subscriber. God bless you. And you're in a very, very, very elite club now. So what can I say? God bless Alesto. So folks, how are we doing this evening? Whew, it's been quite an evening. And what do you know? Well, thank you, Alesto. Thank you. And hey, Yanked, I missed that a little earlier. How you been? Yanked Up Podcast, another great guy that you need to check out on YouTube sometime, folks. Just nice guy, good salt of the earth guy. He's another person that the algorithms just eternally hold this poor guy down. Great guy. Really into barbecuing and that kind of stuff. But, folks, so I will be sure to save that, and you can send that to Tony, Chicken, whoever. We're going to get into Ukraine here in a minute, but, folks, since we're here and I've got everything rolling and I'm just looking so good, we're going to get into something kind of neat here, folks. This is going to take a couple, 2-3 minutes, but this bottle I've had in my house for probably 4 years, 4 going on 5 years almost. I bought this bottle at a discount at a place 2 towns over, and I've used it for reviews, and just about everybody's had a piece of this bottle. Everybody, like so many friends, family, so many people have gotten a little rip off this bottle, and now the time has come, and in all that time, this Canadian Club 100% Rye never got its own review. So, folks, welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation for this very special review of Canadian Club 100% Rye. This one, as you probably know, was entered into the 32 Rye tournament. It didn't make it very far. It was going up against Pendleton 1912. I mean, we knew how that one was going to go. Like, that one was, but in all this time, I figured it's time to give this one its solo review. So let's give it a nice, healthy pour of Canadian rye whiskey in, actually, funny enough, the Nebraska Bourbon Society glass. So I got this from a very special Secret Santa. You know who you are. But, folks, let's give this Canadian 100% rye its proper time, made from single grain rye. Our master distillers bring you a whiskey made from single grain rye, spicy, rich, with hallmark smoothness of Canadian Club, makers of exceptional rye whiskey for over 150 years. And it says right there, 100% rye. So you'd assume it's 100% rye. So let's take it up to the nose, folks. Very muted, typical rye nose. It has everything that you come to expect from a rye, but very muted. Also, keep in mind, it's been at the bottom of the bottle for a very long time. Like I said, I've had this bottle for years, and now it's time to retire it. And it's kind of strange. You know what I mean? It's like, almost sad to see it go. Have you ever had that happen, folks? Let me know in the comments if that's ever happened to you. But, well, the slightest mint, the slightest clove, and the slightest ethanol, because this is, 80 proof. I didn't figure it'd be one lick over 80. So, Slanjiva, folks. Very muted. You can tell it's a rye, but there's a sort of honey aspect to it. Yeah, it's got a lot of spice on the tongue, Like in a bourbon, that would be oak, but here it's just all from the rye mash. Okay. So that's fascinating taste. But it's definitively rye. But I kind of feel like we might have been a little harsh on this one. Now, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a rye whiskey, a cask-aged spirit. It's shelving, and for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, as a rye whiskey, I'm going to go ahead and give this 3.75. It's very muted, good, prototypical rye that would just work as a rye. As a whiskey, I'm gonna go 2.75. It's right at the middle, but it's not like spectacular. You know what I mean? Like you could mix it. It's above the center line. So 2.75. But it's like I said, it's a mixer. It's something cheap that you can get your hands on readily. I imagine no one's gonna have a real hard time getting their hands on Canadian Club Rye. If in a few years after this video uploads, for some reason, even this is getting down to allocated, I think this whiskey craze might have gone a little too far, folks. But I'm going to go with 2.75. Now, as a cask-aged spirit, no age statement here. I'm going to go ahead and just say 2. Decent stuff, but that's a wide, wide world of sports. You're now getting into cognacs, armagnacs, bourbons, brandies, Japanese whiskeys, Scotch whiskeys of every kind. So I'm just trying to keep in mind how wide of a berth that makes. So 2 stars as cask aged spirit. Its shelving is a bottom shelf whiskey. And the secret 5th question: when this bottle runs empty, will I seek another? Probably not. I paid $19 USD for it. But I don't think I will. Just because, like, you know, this one bottle has been through such a weird journey with me that, like, I don't think I'll ever replace it. I'll probably just rinse it out, and it's got an artificial cork, and I'll use it as a decanter for, like, if I crack a bottle of something else, I can just pour it in here. And I don't think I'll ever really get another one of these because there's a lot of really good ryes out there like Bullet and Woodford where you're only paying just a tiny bit more for a lot better. But like I said, this one, just so many people in my life had a couple of pulls and a couple draws, and I've talked life and truth with them over this bottle that yeah, I don't think I'll get rid of this bottle, but I don't think I'll ever get another one either. So if any of you out there have a bottle like that, more importantly, because I've got a couple on my shelves, one I'm looking at right now, that I'll never open. I will probably go my whole life having never opened it. But if you have a bottle like that as well, please let me know in the comments. What's the bottle that even when it's empty, you're not going to throw away? And what's the bottle that you may never open? So folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very impromptu review of Canadian Club Rye Whiskey. All right, folks. All right. Well, that is at its conclusion. And now we move onward and upward, folks. I just wanted to get into that because I can, while I'm filming here, I can get a few little clips out. Why can't I if everybody else does it anyways? Now, we're going to get on to Ukraine, folks. And this is me and Tiberius getting down and dirty about Ukraine and the Ruskies. And this is on off of Tiberius's stream, but this is for our show Truth and Fiction. Now, for the first few minutes, Tiberius's audio is a little out of whack. But don't worry. It all our producer Osiris evens it out at one point. Let's see. Sake is my go-to. Okay, nice. I do actually have a bottle of really cheap sake that I picked up at the liquor store one time. And it was just to strike up a conversation with the liquor store owner, because sometimes you got to do that. You got to buy like a pack of gum. And I even had this bottle of sake. It's like, yeah, this $16 bottle of sake, when I do eventually review it, might actually get more views than like the really expensive bottle of bourbon that I buy here to review. Bandit! Jack Daniels Green Label? Nice. What? JD. I mean, I know Johnny Walker Green Label, JD Green Label, but not for quality. Oh, I get you. I get you. Now I got you. Yeah, because like I've got one bottle that was literally I'd heard on a Vice News thing years ago when my daughter was just a little baby, that if you drink alcohol when a nuclear bomb goes off near you, the radiation ions will bond to the alcohol ions in your body, and it'll sweep out in your urine. So I bought this bottle of Crown Royal. Oh god, it's a Crown Royal bottle. It's not. It's above the. It's not XR, but it's not standard. I'm just gonna grab it. Hang on. I know, but I'm just gonna grab it. Can't remember what the hell it's called. Just having a brain fart. Okay, now I got it. Here we go. Yep, Jack Daniels Green. But yeah, this is a Crown Royal Reserve, and I bought this bottle years ago, like literally at least 10 years ago. I bought this. And, it's like when I had a young family and my little daughter was just growing up, and this was my first, like, okay, if something goes wrong, we'll all drink this whiskey, and then that'll get the radiation out of us. And now she's grown and she's going off into her life. And I don't know if I'll ever open this bottle. You know what I mean? It's like, and I know everybody else has got one where it's like, but yeah, I'll never, yeah, Reserve is good. Yeah, it's good. And I bet it's great whiskey, but I don't know if I'll ever open it. Like I can't think of any occasion that would ever induce me to opening this. That would be a happy one. You know what I mean? So like, that's just the one, like, I remember Sir Richard Patterson of the Dalmore. He had a video about the one bottle he'll never open. And it was a 50-year Scotch whiskey that was a blend of him and all of his friends, some of his best friends who are distillers and blenders, and some of them aren't with us anymore. And so he's like, I don't know if I'll ever open this bottle, just because of what everything inside of it means to me more than the liquid inside. And then there's another bottle over there that I was going to review with my brother, and now that'll never happen. So I don't think I'll ever open that one either. So yeah. So I totally understand that idea. If there's one that you're just never going to okay, reclaim shot. Nice, time to open. Nice. I'll make you open it. It's pretty good. Like honestly, I get that. I would probably, this is gonna sound really weird, I would actually probably just buy another bottle and drink it and just leave that one. Like, I know that sounds weird, but I would actually go to that level, because like it's just what, and I know that makes like, and I know anybody out there is gonna understand both things I'm gonna say here. That makes no logical sense at all, and you probably absolutely get it. Isn't humanity a weird fucking thing? Like, aren't we just a strange creature? Like, so many people, like, like, that makes no sense at all, but I absolutely understand. Like, yep, that's that's normal. I get it. That's fine. I understand. It's a good bot. Yes, I'll definitely get into it someday. But yeah, like I remember Scott Adams had a really good quote, and this is a good example of it, where a lot of people like to think that they're 90% rational and 10% irrational. 10% of the things that they do in their day are irrational. In reality, as people, 10% of the things that we do are rational, and 90% of the things that we do are completely irrational. And once you understand that about humanity, suddenly the world doesn't it's not nearly as big a mystery as it was just before. So also a little rum mix that I've been sipping on too. But yeah, so that's just a fascinating little look into the backstory of Phil, the lore of the K.O.E. So yes, but now, folks, we get into something that was advertised earlier, Ukraine. Me and Ty getting into it, and like I said, the audio gets a little better. Oh no, wait, I gotta switch. I gotta play a switcheroo here. Bam, get rid of you. And now I have to share a different screen now, folks. Yeah, internet. How does it work? But yeah, so Ty and I, we've been having a bit of a back and forth, as some of you may know. And this next episode, I had a chance to either make it just a knockdown drag out about the previous episode, but then I said, yes, we could do that. It'd be fun. But we're a little overdue for a Ukraine episode. And Ty just like, I could just tell like at home, his mouth just like curled like the Grinch. Like he was just so happy at the thought of a Ukraine episode that he could not resist himself. And we got ourselves our Ukraine episode going here. Now, what's funny is I'm not going to play it all, but my brother was telling me, like, Phil, you know, like the 30 minutes before you showed up to the show, because I pulled into town, had to hop in the shower because I had dust all over me, and I was just, no. He's like, Ty was just talking mad shit about you the whole time. I'm like, well, yeah, obviously. And yeah, but it was kind of funny at the beginning. We kind of had a back and forth where it's like, okay, Ty's like, I might have been a little prickly and a little sensitive there and might have pulled the trigger a little soon. And I came back and go, well, okay, me and my brother can be a bit much for any mortal man. That can be too much. So totally understand. But all right. Bandit. The irrational appears rational either by habit or circumstance. Ooh, that's a good line. I'm stealing that one, Bandit. I'm like, sorry. I'm stealing it whole cloth. And if I have time to credit you at the end, I'm gonna. But if it's one of those like big group discussions where like it's like I could just slip that one in and I got no time to credit, just no. Thank you, sir. I'm stealing that one. The irrational appears rational either by habit or circumstances. That's beautiful. Like, A, it's true, and B, rhetorically, it's just musical. Like it's poetic, it's Shakespearean, if you will. So that's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. And now, folks, without further ado, truth and fiction. Tiberius D, K.O.E. The audio does get better. I mean, come on. Have you met me, Ty?
I have
Like,
met
just,
you. Roll
like,
the damn intro.
Read a message from me while watching a video of me, and you'll totally get it. Welcome, one and all, folks, to Truth in Fiction, folks. I am your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And we are here to decide, is it truth in fiction or truth in the lies, truth in description or truth in disguise? No matter what it is, folks, it's you who decides. I am, of course, Phil K.O.E. here at Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube, and where all great content can be found. You can also find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And we are getting into one of the main topics, one of the defining topics of our era. And with that, I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner for this evening, the one, the only
Tiberius D. It's great to be here, ladies and gentlemen. And man, we are getting that transition really down pat smooth. But it's great to be here once again with the illustrious Phil K.O.E. because we got to get him hyped up here this evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, you got to, because, well, I mean, how can you not get hyped when Phil K.O.E., Tiberius D get to connect with the Truth in Fiction Pod fans? Like, I mean, the greatest fan base, the greatest listeners, the greatest subscribers in all God's sundry, to be frank. The most intelligent subscribers in all creation, to be frank. And I think I say that with zero hype.
I'm sure you don't, but I think we can always expand the envelope a little bit more. I do want to address that at some point here in the particular episode, because last episode I was spicy. We'll see if that episode actually gets
Oh.
dropped, because apparently the audio is a little corrupted, according to our producer. But the long and the short here is that if you missed episode 3,
Oh.
I definitely want to say, while I stand by my actions to a large degree, I was a little too elevated, and I do admit that. So there you go.
Okay. Hey, folks, we're all coming together. We're all coming together. And I will even admit that me and my brother at the same time can be a bit much for some folks. A bit much. That's diplomatic. A bit much. So we'll see how that comes. We'll see if that comes up at all, because it all kind of ties together. Because whether we like it or not, here at Truth and Fiction, folks, what we try to do is we try to get down to the very juice, the essence, distilled, if you will. We try to distill the topics of the day for you to be able to send it out. And this is the problem of whether we like it or not, Ukraine encompasses everything. It's like when Ron Paul was running for. Okay, I'm sorry. I got to get to this for just a moment. Alesto goes, this is Alesto TV. I'm sorry, but Ukraine is an embezzling scheme via proxy, just like the mass lockdowns. If you disagree, prove me otherwise. And secondly, neocons, neolibs need to be removed from office. This is solely happening because of America and NATO constantly pushing more east, even though there was an agreement and America, NATO, broke. No, shit. Like you, Bandit, and there's a handful of others that whenever you put a long message, like, I'll be honest, I only read half of that, and I just knew, like, no, all right, this is good stuff. I'm putting it up there because you're one of those few folks that, you get a little bit wider berth. So you and Bandit, like I said, a handful of fans around here. That if you put up something long and it's good, I'll probably read it. But all right, we get a little deeper. For president in 2012, and he would talk about sound money. Didn't matter what you were talking about, he could circle it back to sound money brilliantly, K.O.E the Elder style. And this is now, Ty, I can tell you've been chomping at the bit here because your expertise is ready to just shine in this moment. So I'm going to give you a good long moment to really lay it all out and put the map out, lay out the risk board. But if I may, there's just a few things I'd like to lay out first and foremost.
Of course, you can't give it away. Of course, you can't.
No. I'm not giving everything away. I'm just going to give you basically the anti-war side, and also generally the taxpayer argument against this, because there is an impetus from the right to not support this war, and I would like to get into those reasons. But Ty, you seem like you're chomping at the bit to get in here, so I'll lay out for a minute, Royal Rumble style, like I'm laying down for a minute and letting the other guys get their spots in. So Ty, I'll let you get your jacket off here.
Well, look, I appreciate that, and there's a lot I can say. I will be very busy this episode, but before I do that, I do need your help.
Boy, Ty was Bandit on a weird topic. Alesso TV, have you seen infusion balls? Doesn't require gravity for the PIC line. That thing is utter witchcraft. Neato burrito, and I'm not too educated on that.
Help here, Phil K.O.E, because I need to understand where we should start this particular conversation. Should we start about what's on the table now? Should we actually rewind a little bit? Should we talk about how we got here, and how far should we actually go back in that particular story? So guide me a little bit. Give me your wisdom.
Well, there's plenty to give. So I think the most logical place, now granted, it's always fun to Tarantino back, but I think the most logical spot to start is the beginning of all this. And actually, Ty, it actually began with a little stream with you and I, actually. The night that Russia invaded Ukraine, I did a World War III stream, because folks, World War III is here, whether we like it or not. And you came onto the stream and we speculated wildly about it. And we were talking about, could it go here? Could it go there? Could it go just about anywhere? And at that moment, I made a call, and I'm sticking with it. The way this conflict eventually ends is some sort of bridge or Berlin Wall 2.0, some sort of structure, some sort of line that Russia says, this ours now. They build their wall, and now we play political hopscotch around that for 20 years. And that's been my call from the day. And so, Ty, even you can back me up here, whether it's right or wrong. That was my call the day of the invasion, was it not?
It was. And
Okay.
there's definitely some parts that I want to get into on that one. The long and the short here is I think that is the least likely scenario at this point. But yeah, I want to rewind here a little bit. I want to talk about, what did we see that day? And more particularly, what did we see coming into that? So if I may, would you indulge me for just a moment here?
Indulge I shall. Indulge I shall.
All right, so I want to break this up into about 2 or 3 parts because the problem is this is a lot of history, and I want to go back to literally like the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? The Russians are at their pinnacle of power. They control everything from Berlin all the way over to Vladivostok, which are 13 time zones apart, right? They have a huge gravitas of power upon the world. They are the superpower, or a superpower anyway. There are
big country.
Yeah, they're our rival in every major way, even though they were languishing under the frivels of their own horrors. Well, eventually it broke up. And the problem is that for the Russians, they lost all of their good defensive territory because there's a few ways you want to defend Russia. But the problem is that in a nutshell, Russia needs a big ass army to police all these lands that are both internally people who don't agree with them, but externally, they have to figure out where they can hunker down to keep somebody from invading them. And this has been their foreign policy for the last 300 years through different administrations and governments. So this brings us to the fall of the wall. And this brings us to like the new Russia and the new Ukraine. All the former Soviet republics are independent. And Phil, do you remember this at all? I'm sure you were pretty young, but like, do you remember anyone thinking about saying anything when the Soviet Union took a crap?
Okay, this is what happened when I was a kid. I think it was somewhere around 5 to 7. I forget. It's somewhere in there. I was watching G.I. Joe, actually, as it happened. My dad comes into the room. Phil, yeah, the Cold War is over. We were in a Cold War? Yeah. For like, how long? For like 50 years. How many people on our side died? Kind of technically none. How many people died on theirs? Kind of technically a lot. Fuck yeah, America, hell yeah. And like, that's kind of where the elder millennials started to get that America, fuck yeah, like mythos, is where that kind of started to get impetus, if you will. So that's kind of what I remember about the collapse of the Soviet Union when I was a kid. His parents came in, acted like it was a big deal, and to us it was just like, oh, it just reaffirms that America's really awesome and it's the best country in the world. And that's what that did for a good little chunk of the millennial generation.
Well, thank you for telling me about it. So, here's the view from their end, right? This is what the Russians had to look at. The Russians had to look at all this.
Think we're awesome?
Oh, they definitely don't in some particular regards, but we'll get there here in a moment. Excuse me, indigestion. Anyway, so the long and the short here is that the Russians are now in a position to where it's largely their heartland territories and a few other folks who don't agree with them. But it's back to 80% Russian, okay? And they have some of the worst places they have to defend. And I'm sure this doesn't paint a good picture, but let me put it to you in this regard. Russia was in a weakened state. They couldn't really act out except in their own backyard or even in their own area, which is like Chechnya, Grozny, right? So where we get to, let's just say the mid 2000s, we're going to jump there, right? Is that Russia is now finally building up strength, but they're realizing that when it comes down to where we are, you have NATO forces in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which are these 3 little countries that used to be former Soviet republics who joined NATO back in 2004. But Estonia is only 60 miles away from St. Petersburg. The Russian borders are on their heartland, and that scares the hell out of them, particularly when they were in a state of weakness, or at least what we thought for at the time. So
So what you're saying is it would be kind of like the equivalent of Russia making a military alliance and one of the countries just so happening to be like, I don't know, like Mexico or maybe Cuba or somewhere around there, and it would be kind of making us a little unnerved in our own backyard. You think it could be like a metaphor to like something? I'm sure that's never happened before in history, but sounds like a metaphor.
it's happened twice. It happened to us with Cuba, and it happened to them with the Turks. So yeah, the fun thing is that we've always had this kind of weird, interesting relationship with each other. But the long the short here is that the Russians are now in a position to where they have to start making moves if they want to protect their future sovereignty. Because if there is anything that the West screwed up, is that Clinton met with Putin all the way back in 2000, and the first conversation that Vladimir Putin and Bill Clinton ever had was Vladimir Putin asking Clinton, "What does the future of NATO look like with Russia in it?" And it basically opened up the door to saying, "Hey, can we join at some point? I know this alliance was made to, not to fight us, but we're not those people anymore. We want to go a different way." And the West didn't really have an answer because they had been our rivals for so long.
Well, it's one of those Ty, I don't know if you watch pro wrestling very much, but there's so many instances where the rivals become begrudging tag team partners, and then shockingly, somebody turns on the other one the minute their back is turned. Who could have ever thought that? And so that's one of those, like, I can kind of understand a little bit. It's like, okay, the guy that we built this thing to stop now wants in it. That seems a little peculiar. So don't get me wrong. Unfortunately, it landed us here. It landed us to where we are now.
I think there's a little more, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Now I was about to say, Ty, you've barely even gotten your shirt off here. So I'll let you unbuckle your boots and get ready here.
All right. So the Russians realized after about the mid 2000s that they were not going to be welcome into the party. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, a lot of the former Soviet puppet states from the 1960s and 1980s were brought into NATO way before they were supposed to be, by the way. We never made the deal that NATO wouldn't go more east. But what we did have was a number of conditions that you had to meet to be in NATO. And basically, all of the Eastern countries got fast passed into it well before they were ready to be NATO members, which was a huge concern up until the war. Anyway, Russia realizes they're not going to be invited to the party, and they are seeing what they think of as a hostile entity getting closer and closer and closer. So they start arming up. We've seen a Chechen war, we've seen the second one, and then the Russians actually formally go after somebody. This is the 2008 invasion of Georgia. Do you remember this, sir?
I do, and it was fun to watch people learn geography with that one. Where like, what? The Russians invaded Georgia, like to send the Florida National Guard. Like, yeah, it was fascinating for people to watch that. And like, I remember I sent a meme to, it was maybe to fuck with folks a little bit, but it was also, hey, there's something to it. It's like Bush, Putin invades Georgia. Obama, Putin invades Crimea. Biden, Putin invades Ukraine. Trump, Putin don't do shit. So
here we go.
It's something to be said. I'm sorry. When you have an unknown in a foreign policy, that is always a positive. There's no way that you can't view it, because think about it. It's when you're going in against an opponent that's using like a martial art you've never seen before. Like if you're going in a one-on-one fight, that unknown is the thing that actually defeats you more than anything else. Your inability to study them and know where your attacks are coming from. And so, or how irrational they might be if they utilize like drunken boxing, if you will.
Cringe
So
bandit.
I get like, if you've ever seen Legend of Drunken Master, you're awesome, all of you. So
Loopy fist.
Ty, so that's starting to get us into the modern day here, the modern era. So Russia is not liking what's going on in its backyard, and slowly they're kind of now this NATO thing. It's sort of the line that shall not be crossed. Because remember when that missile flew from somewhere in Ukraine to somewhere in Poland? And everyone went like, "Oh dear God, World War III is official." And I was just like, "Yeah, I've been saying that for like."
No, I think he would
it's-
unironically tell you that
it's
right
World
now,
War
Lesto.
III. It
He
used
loves
to. I
Crenshaw.
don't know what to say.
And
The
yeah, we're in
people
World
say
War
it's not
III.
anymore. I mean, like now you're
Sorry,
the
folks.
ones that sound like
World
you
War
got
III.
tinfoil on your hats. Because look at this shit.
Well, don't worry. I have the grave, big statements to come, but that is more towards the middle of the show as we kind of coalesce where we are today. But I gotta
Call that a teaser. Call that
Yes.
a teaser. I'm sprinkling in the teasing. So all right. Bring us back to the timeline. What year are we at, Ty?
So we're in 2008, and Russia invades Georgia. And of course, they smoke their ass, right? It was a complete blowout. It was 50-1. But everyone got to see how well the Russian army behaved, and more particularly, the Russians got to see how this did. And they openly admitted to the world that they didn't like their own performance. They could have done better, right? And so they start going on this massive, I wouldn't say it's a rearmaments program, but it's more of like an update program. So they start talking about, hey, we're going to have an NCO
An
corps,
all-time classic
sergeants.
bandit.
We're going to have
January
a smaller,
6th porn
lighter,
parody.
faster army. And they're going to build these whole new generation of weapons to, basically be the punching fist for the new Russian army. All of that was true. That was what they set out to do, or at least from what we knew. And going forward, you get to 2014, right? I'm just going to jump from that because not a lot going on. This is the Little Green Men situation. This is when Crimea gets invaded by basically Wagner, and you have the separatist regions within Ukraine all fire off within a period of 12 months. This is the Russians. Russia proves that they can move at least somewhat adeptly. Some people would call it covert. It wasn't really covert, but basically the Russian military took all of their insignia off and rolled through Crimea before anyone could do a damn thing about it. And to say anything at that point, Ukraine was not an effective military in any way, shape, or form. And Russia looked like they, had something in the bag here. But there was a price to pay for that. You had the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, be backed up by then President Barack Obama, who basically gave the Germans a blank check, and she was to figure out what to do about it. She put the first sanction pass in. And what this first sanctions did throw the Russian economy into recession. And some levels, they never recovered from it. They never actually got back to their pre-2013 levels.
True, Alesto. Crenshaw
we
will go down as a
saw,
red
if
flag
you believe
neocon,
it-
the exact opposite of what he pushed and advocated for when he ran. True.
It hits a lot, but a lot of it was their technical stuff. It was their industrial stuff, and more particularly the growing industry they had in like technical weapons and whatnot. That was where it got hit hard, which were all these new programs. So things that you may have heard about or seen about in the news, right? The T-14 Armata, the Su-57, it's the 5th generation fighter from the Top Gun movie. That's what it's actually called. These are all real weapons. They all are built. The problem of all of this is that almost all these weapon systems only have about 20 of them. A couple of prototypes and the first serial production run. That was all they were able to build because the Russians had to kill those programs because they couldn't afford them anymore. And so in 2014,
Niet, comrade.
Go ahead.
Rifle is fine.
fair enough.
Right, that's it. Just niet, comrade. Rifle fine. You have AK-47. Some of you have luxury of AK-74. We go to battle.
Well, we didn't think it was that bad, but hilariously enough,
Turns out.
it kind of, yeah. So let me get this. I was one of those people who thought Ukraine was going to get rolled. 6 months top, it was going to be over. There was a few people who told me that it was not going to go that way, and I will tell you their story here in a second. But from the look that we had from the outside, from the macro level, not the micro level, the macro, is that while the Russians had to cut their defense budgets, they were just killing their procurement programs for all this weapons development, and they were going to basically re-up on all the stuff that they had, because they had huge inventories left over from the Soviet period, to where even if the Russians were in a dilapidated state, they had more crap to ever go through than anybody else could even manage. So that gets us to very close, but go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna say, because like when you say we all thought it was going to be an easy role. We all kind of did, but it's like Dave Chappelle said in his SNL monologue. It's like, wow, them Ukrainians are good fighters. I mean, them Russians are stepping on rakes. They're killing themselves. Like it's incredible. Like 10,000 in the first week. Even the Viet Cong are like, whoa, those are some pretty good numbers. Like, so yeah, the Ukrainians, they hit it really hard. And like, now I'm gonna kind of just give a little teaser to something that we're going to get into later, because after 2014, that's when the West kind of shifted things. And that's when like this conflict, I'm going to say at least for the last 6 months, and especially after the Abrams tank announcement and the fact that I believe it's Germany or the UK is going to start sending jets. To call this Russia versus Ukraine is kind of a misnomer. What we really have here is Russia versus NATO, with using Ukrainian bodies with all the equipment, because all of the Western media can't deal with even one of their own native sons or daughters coming back with the flag draped coffin, because then their media, they're screwed. And so, yes, NATO is severely hand tied, but the West is always hand tied in every single conflict we're in, because we're the ones that try to apply some level of ethics to warfare. So you're always going to be a little bit hand tied here. And so the fact that we're at this point where it's now Russia versus NATO, it's kind of why I say without much trepidation, yeah, folks, this is probably World War III. Brace for impact.
So there's a lot I got to unpack there, but I'm not there quite yet. But I will simply suffice it to say is this: there is a reason why we're doing this very half in, half out, put your toes in the water kind of thing. Every major government official within NATO is scared shitless, and you should be too. There's your spoiler. I'll get back to that here in a moment.
Ooh, that's a good one. All right. So we're at like
2015.
All right, where
so 2015,
Donald Trump has descended down that glorious escalator. He said, "We are going to go to the White House. It's happening, folks." And then suddenly we were all in that scene from Back to the Future. If you're from the future, who's the president in 2017? Donald Trump. Huh? Like, so yeah, that's where we are in the timeline. All right, Ty, take it away.
So here's the thing, things that we saw, right? This is why we thought that the Ukrainians were going to get rolled. Number one is that the Russians were still saying, hey, look, okay, we're not going to have the newest, fanciest weapon, but because of our population demographics, which I'll touch on here in just a second, we're going to have a small army, but we're going to train it well. It's going to be well equipped with the best stuff from the inventory, and we're going to make sure that they are up to snuff. And going by the expenditures, going by the way that we had seen them perform in Syria, yeah, they look like they knew what they were doing to at least a decent degree. They demonstrated a level of proficiency. We would never fight the war the same way that they did. They literally leveled Aleppo with artillery, but they did it with some level of competence.
They sure got their point across.
Yes, they definitely did. So we thought that come February 22nd, 2022, 1 year ago tomorrow, as of this recording,
exposing the business tie.
Yes, because we don't know when this episode's going live, but whenever sorry, yeah, my chat is just awful. Anyway, whenever we got to this point, we thought it was going to be a rollover. And from the first couple hours, it definitely looked like it was going to be. The Russians had a battle plan, looked like they had been drilling it for quite a while. They hit the ground running. And what we generally saw was that there was a few units that the Russians had that were really effective. Stuff that had been reformed.
That means,
their newest. units, they largely were called battalion tactical groups. They kicked ass. But everyone else in the Russian army was a moron. And when I say a moron, there are certain things that you just don't do in war that your average NCO, when you're in boot camp, would tell you never do this, such as going through your patrol in line abreast, which is basically just dude, couple feet, another dude, couple feet, another dude, just walking in a general line. You don't do that because one machine gun will literally rip you to shreds, all of you. The Russians were doing this. Not all their units, but most of them were. And this is what we come to find out.
I wonder if
The
that was just another
Russians were
piece of
still doing the
propaganda,
most
honestly.
very Russian thing of just throwing bodies in the meat locker. They had made some...
Have you ever?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you ever play Fallout New Vegas? Like, it's literally this with NATO backing Ukraine. It's literally the difference between the Legion and the NCR. It's Caesar's Legion and the NCR, because Caesar's Legion just throws bodies at it endlessly, just give them machetes and see what happens. And the NCR had like actually trained soldiers, and so like that's always, like you said, for 300 years, that's been the Russian way. Just niet, comrade. Just throw more comrade. Like that's how they've done everything. Like it's like, did you ever see excellent movie Enemy at the Gate?
Enemy at the Gates, yes.
Excellent movie. There's the scene, Battle of Stalingrad, where the main protagonist is running into the battle. A couple folks turn around.
Doesn't even have a
The
gun.
commanding officer starts firing his machine gun, like, no, cowards! And so, like, yeah, just if it's no comrade, we just throw more comrades at it and see what happens. And so that's been now, unfortunately, for the Russians, they didn't fuck enough in the 80s.
There's long and short. I talked about the demographic.
It would be the early 2000s now. Sorry.
No, you're not far off. All right. So let me put it this way. Line up these years to, the best of your ability in your head. World War I, 1914 to 1918, Russian Civil War, basically 1917 to 1921. Right. So basically 1914 to 1921, the Russian economy and people are in a state of upheaval and death and horror. World War II, otherwise known to the Russians as the Great Patriotic War, 1941 and 1945. Skip that down a generation or two, and then you get to the late 1980s and early 1990s when the Soviet Union goes to shit. These all stacked together to where the average Russian citizen who is above my age is part of a normal generational cohort. There's a lot of people who are in the Russians that are in their 30s. But of the 20-year-olds now within Russia that are getting drafted and sent off to war, which there's some questionable data on that one, the long and the short is this. The birth rate after the Soviet Union took a crap, or if you will, anyone who was born before me back in 1991 for the Russians, and then afterwards, there was a 60% drop. And that remained at least for another 10 years. It may have been even longer, but Russian data is a little weird. So yeah, the Russians, through a generational coddling because of world wars and mismanagement, and then finally their entire society going to shit, have a giant gout within their generational structure to where anyone who is basically a Zoomer is less than half the size, generationally speaking, than their millennial counterparts in Russia.
Oh boy. Can you imagine the retirement communities in Russia in a couple of decades? That's going to be just vast. It's going to be like, it's going to be, and that's going to be a problem all over the world eventually. But now the thing is, the Russians still have quite a few troops that they can call on. It's not like they're out of troops. There's 15 guys left. They all got an AK apiece, and they're holding back Moscow. Like, there's still quite a bit of force to punch here. And that's where we're starting to, now, I think we're starting to get into our modern day. Am I correct? And the timeline.
We're here. I've largely brought us up to Invasion Day, and more particularly Invasion Week.
And then that was the day that I was singing, I don't want to set the world on fire.
We're gonna get copyrighted for
because
that.
I knew we were gonna get. Actually, I think that one's from the 30s, so I think we're okay on that one. So
You got to give it 10 more years, but go on.
All right. Anyways, damn it. So we get to that day where the invasion happens, and to me, I'm from the very start, Ty. I've always been anti-war, and it doesn't really matter, like, because in our modern era, we don't have winners, we just have casualties. And it's going to, this one looks like it's going to grind on for years and years and years now. Because I said, if this isn't wrapped up by about February, March of this year, this one's going to go on for a minute. And it's the question that I have to raise is, for folks like, because you've talked about it, that you want the Russian regime crushed and Putin removed from power, correct?
I will get into my own biases at a later point, but I want to outline like what's on the table here, which we're getting closer to.
Okay, because to me, it is the real question of, I mean, you remember how much of a bang up job it was when America left Iraq and Afghanistan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are just bang up A+ jobs. If the Ukrainian best case scenario happens, what do you replace Putin with? That's a power vacuum, the likes of which this world has never seen. And so that's why my prediction of everybody just hides behind their walls. That way, everybody gets to go home, nobody loses face, and World War III just kind of gets put on hold. We just kind of pause it, which that is, like it or not, the best case scenario, because everybody's got a lot of weapons and this thing can just grind and grind and grind on. So to me, I think from the anti-war perspective, that is the reason why I don't really care who gets to waggle their dick and whose face when this is all said and done. I just want it over. I don't really care. Like to me, like, it's not worth the 100 billion we sent. It's not worth, it's not worth one Ukrainian life. It's not worth one Russian life. This is something that can be, like, God Almighty could even be talked through. So, like, that's something that, to me, I really just can't get on board with the concept that this is something virtuous that we need to back. Ty, with a glass of whiskey rather than coffee, change my mind.
I'll get there here in a minute because you may have a point, and we'll get to there at a later point. We'll get there here in a moment. I just want to finish up my recap here. All right, so Invasion week happens, right? The Ukrainians overperform. A lot of people didn't know that the United States and the British were training the Ukrainian military since 2014. A lot of that missed people. More particularly is that even every time we have advisors, more often or not, there's only like 3 dudes that ever listened to our advisors or the people who we send to drill them. Turns out the Ukrainians took everything we told them to heart, and they performed very well. The Russians performed extremely poorly. Now, part of this is technicality stuff. One of the biggest reasons why the Ukrainian Air Force and the Russian Air Force can't get air superiority, they're all flying the same planes. And without a fully functional IFF system, you run a very good risk of shooting down your own aircraft because you can't ID if it's friend or foe. Same problem with the tanks. Same problem with the armored vehicles. All the things that the Ukrainians are largely using, or at least for the most part, has been former Soviet equipment. And that's still true today, even with all the crap that we've sent over. So, Russia fell apart. Why? I want to take one more second here to tell you a small little story that I got told from a Navy friend of mine. Okay, this guy
on this journey.
This guy is a sonar operator on a Los Angeles class attack submarine, and he is in the middle of a Russian fleet exercise in the Barents Sea back in the mid 2000s. Right now, there's a lot of mechanics here that I don't have time to go into, but I'll simply suffice as this: they are running an anti-submarine warfare drill, an ASW drill, against a practice Russian submarine, which is a Victor 3, which is one of their submarines. Not the best, not the worst, but the Russian Navy's trying to hunt them. Problem: The Russian Navy is clearly not doing this the way that they need to be doing. This Victor 3 is not humming along at 5 knots trying to be super quiet. He's humming along at 15 knots, and everyone in the ocean from hell to Houston can hear him because the Russians are
From
usually
hell
not
to
that
Houston.
quiet.
That sounds like a
But the long and
CTV
short
line.
here is that they're not even trying to be. And so the Russian Navy very
Probably
clearly
taking shots of vodka and singing songs while they're doing it.
all right, I can't speak to that.
Non-zero chance of that.
But this is the level that I want to describe. They are running a fleet exercise. The entire point is to find the submarine. And in the meantime, there is a simulated shot from a Russian destroyer. I believe it was a Gearsha, but that might be a frigate. Anyway, simulated shot. The torpedo is actually in the water, but it's not supposed to detonate, right? And it's heading off towards this Victor 3. Problem. What is in between the Victor 3 and this destroyer? A Los Angeles class attack submarine that the Russians have no idea is there. That shows the level of inept that we are dealing with. And this is why the enlisted folks, whether I've had folks from the air, the land, or Navy, have told me, and it's all enlisted folks, that the Russians were never going to do very well in this war because they don't train their people how to actually do the fighting. They always put everything on easy mode. And so you just call the exercise over, you drive the tanks around, and then you're done. You don't actually tell them how to fight a war. And so
Sorry, that was the first one that came to mind.
that's why
I know that
the
one's not
Russians
right.
have proven to be
I couldn't have even gone
so incredibly inept.
Rasputin.
They don't have the NCOs that they
That
said they were going to have. Basically, if anyone doesn't know what NCO is, that's your sergeants. And remind you, there's 4 sergeants. There's sergeant, then staff sergeant, and super sergeant, and super duper sergeant. That's a joke, by the way. There's master sergeant and whatnot. But the whole thing here is that
towards the end, it's like, okay, I think he's starting to make a few of these up.
yeah, the whole the whole meme here though is that you have people who spend 20 years not being an officer. Their job is to be in the front lines working with the gear, and they teach the young folks how to do it. Russians don't have that. You either get rotated out of the active army because it's a draft system, or you become an officer and you're a lieutenant or a major or a colonel, and you'll notice them still doing stuff like leading from the front because they don't have NCOs to do it. And that is one of the critical things that they have failed horrifically in this war, is that they do not have a modern command and control structure to where they have people who have been in the military for 4 years telling the new guys, hey, come with me for 10 weeks. I'm going to show you how to be a soldier. They don't do that. And it's been very clear.
Well, yeah, like now all those gruff old veterans from the Soviet Union, now they're getting a little too long in the tooth. Like they're a little too hunched over, and they're not like, they're like, yeah, the AK, it's a good rifle, comrade, but God, it gets a little heavy at one point.
I wish that was the meme, because this is
But
the
that's
sad
the
part.
reality.
I wish it was, because it's even sadder. This is why we thought that they were going to kick everyone's teeth in. They had they had Grozny twice. They had Georgia. They had Ukraine in the eastern provinces, which were Spetsnaz forces. We knew this. Spetsnaz units, right? Which is Russian special forces. And we had Syria. These troops should have an armed cadre of leaders who know how to fight a war because they've been through it. And they should have been able to teach their entire military in that time how to fight a war. And they absolutely and utterly failed. And to just put insult on injury here, turned out their equipment wasn't so hot as well. They weren't doing any maintenance at all. They had trucks that had tires that were 20 years old on them, and they were just popping.
Commanding officers were pocketing all that money. It's like, no, inspection, fine, inspection, because they figured, oh, it's not like we're going to war. Like what? And then, oh fuck, we're going to war. And like again, that's another one. You wish that was a meme, but
it's
folks,
true, and we're not sure how bad it is.
That's pretty much what happened. So like, yeah, if this would have been World War II, like a lot of people would just be getting executed.
We're not sure how bad it is. We're not sure who's taking, whether it's Shogu at the very top, which is their defense minister, or, all the way down to lieutenants. But here's what we do know.
Yes.
Look, I can't.
That's my answer.
I need
All
evidence.
of them.
I need evidence. But look, this is what we do know.
I don't really need a weather vane to know which way the wind is blowing.
I
But
love
got
you.
I
God
got
damn
you.
it. All right. So here's what I needed. This is what I like. This is what we know. This is what we have seen. The Russians have body armor in it that's supposed to have Kevlar plates or at least some level of ceramic plate in it. It has cardboard, hardened cardboard.
Oh, that'll okay. Maybe a 25 ACP or a 32 ACP bullets that might stop it. For those who don't know, the 25 ACP won't actually pierce your breastbone right here. So if you get shot right there, worry not. It's going to hurt like a sumbitch, but it's not even going to go through the breastbone. So that might stop it. Anything over a 380 ACP, 9mm 45 and rifle round, you're dead. You're just dead. You've been carrying around extra weight. That's unfortunate.
So that's just one example. And then another one is that tanks have something called ERA, explosive reactive armor. And it's basically it's a pad that has explosives in it that when hit by something, it will explode. Largely what it's designed to do is that if you hit it with an artillery shell or an RPG or whatever, it will explode and send the force flinging back, and that projectile will go away. And it works. The Israelis have proven this back in the 70s. So this isn't a joke. Problem. Instead of being filled with explosives, theirs is filled with rubber. It's not ubiquitous, but we have seen it in a number of examples.
Ooh.
So the troops aren't good. The equipment isn't good. All the new stuff isn't up to snuff, or they can't deploy it, such as the Su-57. So they're fighting a war with some of the most crappy junk you could possibly ever have. And they don't even know how to use it because no one knows how to fight a war in this army. Which is why they have failed horrifically.
Now, and that is one perspective of looking at it. But like I said earlier, with my framing of it being Russia versus NATO, suddenly that makes a little more sense as to why this has been such a back and forth, because you have the entire military industrial complex of the West, which if you're going to give it nothing else, I mean, there's a reason America's the final boss of planet Earth. Okay. Like there was a TikTok I just showed my kiddo, and it had the theme song to Skyrim. Oh, it's all these missiles firing from all of our stuff, and it says ET's about to find out why Americans don't have free health care. And it's
seen this.
Yes, yeah. And so when you have the industrialization of the Western military industrial complex, that makes it really hard. Like I don't think Superman would be able to put up much of a fight against the American military industrial complex if it was really dedicated.
So finishing off my recap, because I just want to talk about the weapon shipments a little bit, because a lot of people have made some hay out of this. Originally, what we were doing is that we, the United States and the British and the Germans, were sending shit that we don't really care about and that we don't feel like we need. Javelin is amazing, but no one in the United States military ever thought Javelin was going to see frontline use, because what it is literally for us an oh shit weapon. It is, if some reason our normal stuff doesn't work or we get stuck into one fight we are not prepared for, at least we have it. We've got about 4,000 of them that on the shelf just in case. So we shipped those away because they were getting old anyway. And it turns out the Ukrainians were able to pop Russian trunks and tanks like it was nothing, because the weapons are that good. They are literally, if you can play Candy Crush, you can operate a Javelin. It's not hard. You'd literally just light the target up on a screen through a heat signature, and the missile flies off, goes up, and then comes down on it and blows it to hell. The missile does all the work for you, and even though they're $400,000 a pop, when you take out a $6 million tank or a $4 million tank, it's still a wonderful return on investment, even when it has an 80% accuracy rate, which 80% is really good, by the way.
Well, that's in the 21st century, you touched on something That's why insurgencies have done so well against occupying national militaries as of late, because the disparate investment of resources, like a $15,000 surplus Soviet era surface to air missile can take out a tens of millions of dollar MiG fighter jet. And so like it's just there's just such disproportionate investment in the rebels versus the occupying force, and they're starting to see that in Ukraine too, and also what you would call the rebels. It's not really quite a proper term, but the folks that are fighting for Ukraine, okay, they got a lot of good equipment backing them up. I mean, it's one of those like something that folks on the right are saying is like, wait a minute, we're on the right wing. We just want all the stuff you're sending over to Ukraine. I mean, that's all we want as Second Amendment advocates. Like, that's a really nice M4. That's the one that I want there. And well, that's a beautiful honey badger. I want one of those. And, oh yeah. Like, and so they want the laser add-ons that you can only use if you're in the military. And yeah, they want all that stuff. But like, no, so that's kind of how the right looks at it. It's like, wait,
those are nice toys.
Why are they trying to take AR-15s from us Americans and then just turning around and giving them to Ukrainians?
Okay, so when it comes to the whole insurgencies, that's a whole other topic. There's some parts where there's a kernel of truth in what you said. There's parts where I'm like, there's a political will problem when it comes to dealing with insurgencies, but that's a whole other debate. When it comes to how the right feels about this, it depends on what part of the right you're talking about, because there's very differences between, your form of the right and mine.
I was about to say the right part of the right. And I do mean that as a double entendre.
I love it.
But now the complaint from the right is, I'm kind of starting to touch on it, is, all right, Joe Biden's sending $100 billion to Ukraine, but won't even visit or declare East Palestine, Ohio, a disaster area, won't even visit it, won't send money. And what do you know? It just so happens to be a county that voted for Donald Trump by 70%. I'm sure there's no coincidence to that at all whatsoever. Winky face. And so that's one of the big problems that the right is having with this is, like, especially the Ron Paul right, like, we're not supposed to be the policeman of the world. This is interventionism to an untold scale. We're getting involved in Russia and Ukrainian issues that have to do with Germany. And so this is far, far beyond the entangling treaties with none and alliances with all of our founding. We've come a long way since our little boy, haven't we, Ty?
Look, all I'll say is this. I heard that East Palestine was actually having a conversation about renaming themselves to Kyiv in the event that the Biden administration would actually pay them any attention.
I was about to say, maybe they'll send them a couple bucks then. Like, yeah, they just, let's rename
Oh, we
it
were just
Kyiv.
talking about
We're part of
pistol
Ukraine,
cartridge
put up Ukrainian
power.
flags everywhere.
We'll get into that later.
Maybe,
Not a big deal.
oh, not maybe. Biden and some folks on the far left will just fall over themselves, sending every available taxpayer dollar that they could possibly send. And so that's something that I want to get into you with this, Ty, is like, and I'm not like, you answer for everybody who supports this war, goddammit. Like, but no, like, this is, I'm wanting you to kind of reach into that idea and kind of pluck one out for me here, because the biggest question that has to be asked with this war is, what is the limiting principle here? 100 billion, 200 billion, 500 billion, 100 trillion. How many lives? 100 lives, 1,000 lives, 5,000 lives? How many generations are we willing to send? The Zoomers, the iPad kids, how many are we willing to commit? What is the limiting principle to all of this? Because if it's just to have the endless grinding of war go on forever, I'm sorry, it's not worth it. Like George Orwell said in 1984, the purpose of warfare is to grind up and destroy the excess of the labor of humanity. And that's all I can see this achieving at the moment.
I'll have to answer that here in just a second, but I was really thinking that you were going to say war, what is it good for? But nah, you missed it. Okay.
What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing. All right.
Yep.
So let's finish recapping here. So the first stuff that we sent over, right, was stuff like stingers that we've had sent. We literally gave it to the Mujahideen, right, back in the 80s. We sent over javelins, which we thought we never would use in armed conflict because we have Abrams tanks in the United States Air Force. And we've slowly ratcheted up ever since, right? Because one, Ukraine.
That's Abrams X tanks.
No,
that's the new ones.
And is it
haven't
true that the
built any yet,
CIA
but that's a
created
whole
the
other
Al-Qaeda
conversation.
back in the day
All right.
and the new block Mujahideen that's in coming in.
So
Afghanistan?
anyway, the long and the short
Russians
here,
broke the plan.
just to get us to where Phil wants to go, is that the United States keeps upping up the ante along with their Western counterparts. Because for a while, we just were going to pay the Poles and the Hungarians and the Czechs and whoever had former Soviet weapons to just shove them all in Ukraine, and they'd be able to buy the newest Western stuff. But there's a problem. If you are on the far left or the far right, you can look at this war and you're like, what in the flying fuck are these governments doing? Why does Ukraine matter so much? There must be corruption. There must be something that is so intoxicating that we just can't leave it, right? It's not that.
Joe had to pick up Hunter's paycheck on the way back from his visit to Kiev. So.
That's a good one. So here's how the elites, the establishment looks at this particular war. There is an order that we did build. It wasn't the New World Order. It was the American order. And that largely stems out of the Cold War that we won, right? So,
World order.
yeah, memes aside, yes, we built the New World Order, but it started back in 1945. And so when we brought in our Eastern European friends, is that we basically kind of told everybody war was done, that it was over. And a lot of Europeans really convinced us. This is why Germans laughed at Donald Trump when they're like, hey, you're becoming stooge for the Russians. Because no one would actually invade another country anymore, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, the Donald was vindicated yet again.
Truly
I mean,
was.
My God, like, I mean, he truly was, and like that prediction will go down as one of the better political predictions of the 21st century.
We'll see. There's still a lot of shenanigans we can do, but the long and the short here is this. One, the establishment looked at this as basically the Russians breaking all the rules, and that was bad enough. But the Russians went into a level of unethical that we didn't think we would see again. You all remember hearing about the Bucha massacre, that kind of thing, where we found out that there was torture chambers for children. Turns out we found out that there's over 70 of those sites, and we've definitely uncovered over half of them in the places that we've liberated. In fact, last week, Kamala Harris, and I don't give much stock to anything she ever says, went on record that the United States' official position, and we don't ever use this term, but the official position of the United States is that the Russians are now guilty of crimes against humanity. Now, I know a lot of you who do not care for international law think that is absolutely ridiculous, but basically, this is code for simply saying straight up that we do not accept the existence of the Russian state in its current iteration. That's what that actually means among the establishment, among the elites. And if you need another translation of that, it's as long as Vladimir Putin is in power within Russia, this war will go on. We do not accept the existence of the Russian state anymore. If you are willing to go this far and do this level of fucked up shit, the only thing that is keeping us from declaring war on you today is the fact that you have nuclear weapons. We don't like you. We find your existence immoral, and we will do everything we can to destroy you. That is the position of whether it is the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, all the people in the center who are on the same page. That is what they won't tell you specifically, but how they view this. Russia has to die. Russia cannot be allowed to exist.
Fuck, okay. So they just want to, they want Russia to be the nexus of where the toilet swirl that brings our whole world down. Like, as I'm sorry, like, and replace it with what? We saw how much of a bang up job happened in Afghanistan, where it took us like we couldn't even secure the country as well as Saddam Hussein did, and that's fucking saying something. That's sad. And then it took us 20 years in Afghanistan to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. So, like, what exactly are we supposed to do here in Russia? And that's why I say eventually allowing them to just hide behind their walls, and then the boomer Russians can say the West is contained, is the best option. Because, like, I'm sorry, I mean, Putin's eventually going to die. It's going to happen, and somebody else will come into power. But it's going to be meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Okay, it's not going to be some radical shift, and so this is the best way to end this conflict. Nobody has to lose face. Nobody has to admit defeat. But I'm sorry, it's a fantasy that there's going to be a definitive victory one way or another in this war.
I can't say whether that's going to be the case or not, but I want to put this into terms, and like, you will probably feel vindicated on this, that you're absolutely right on this. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. Here's what I'm going to level out. It is our understanding that the leadership within Russia believes that NATO is not basically cannot be allowed to exist. That everything from Warsaw, which is in Poland, to Moscow needs to be under the Russian sphere of influence. They need to be able to put troops there, or they will not feel secure. Because everyone believes that Ukraine is not the end. If Russia takes Ukraine, they will go after NATO next, which may sound stupid, and quite honestly, it is, but we'll get there later. Our side now believes that Russia is willing to go so far that they're openly immoral and should not be allowed to exist. So two sides that absolutely are now at the point where they want to kill each other, but there's only certain rules they can abide by. Russia can't throw a nuke without looking like they need to, right? They can't throw a nuke at Ukraine because it's the place they're trying to occupy. That makes no sense. More particularly is that if you throw a nuke at Ukraine, it's the equivalent of the schoolyard bully who picked a fight with the small kid, taking out a gun and shooting the small kid. You can never look at anyone in the international community with a straight face again. No one will accept you. So nukes are off the table for the Russians.
Now, what's going to be funny, though, is, and folks, when this happens, you're going to hate me when you see it. You are. But it's, if Russia uses any piece of ordnance that even was brushed or even in the same room as depleted uranium, the Western media is going to just be Russia's using nukes. Like, they're going to flip out, and then that's all you're going to hear for weeks. And like it or not, Ty, when that day happens, you and I are probably going live that night and streaming about it. Like, well, folks, it's being reported that Russia's using no, it's not gonna, like, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this. No one is launching their nukes. Please grow up, okay? It's not going to happen. What a nuclear device is the single, and Russia has proved it, the single greatest deterrent to invasion that humanity has ever invented. Think of every nation that's got a nuclear bomb. When was the last time it was invaded? Now think about Gaddafi. He gives up his nukes. He dies in one of the most graceless ways possible out in the deserts of Libya. Ukraine, they had their nuke. They gave it up. They're now the battlefield of World War III for the next foreseeable decades. So yeah, folks, apparently having that nuke, like, yeah, I don't like North Korea. The regime is awful, but like, yeah, you'd have to be fucking pretty goddamn dumb, gullible, and easily led to give up a nuclear bomb, whether you're Pakistan, you fucking anywhere, India, any of them. Like, you would have to be pretty goddamn gullible to give them up at this point, because look what happens when you do. A Democrat president's going to fuck your entire country up.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So we talked about the Russians. The Russians are not in a position to use nukes, and they're not performing great on the battlefield. Now, I don't expect that to change. That could change, but I don't expect it to. And we can talk about that when we wrap up the show. But here's what the West position is. We are anteing up higher and higher to where, yes, we are now sending MBTs, main battle tanks. We are sending Bradley. We are sending pretty much everything that the Ukrainians, we feel like they can now be equipped with or be trained to use, because we want the Russians to die. Now, what's the strategic end goal here? What do you all think it's worth it, right? So the whole idea for the West is that we can't join the fight directly, because while NATO would absolutely eviscerate the Russian people or the Russian military, they would have no choice but to use nukes, and they would be within their own idealized grounds authorized to use nukes because they're not going up against Ukraine. They're going up against the evil United States and its friends. That's a different calculus for them, and they can justify ending the human condition in that point, or at least that's what we believe. Whether they actually would or not, that's up in there. So we can't push too far in that particular regard. So what do? As long as we can keep the Ukrainians from outright losing at minimum, but we want them to win, is that we can just bleed the Russian military to the point where it's no longer effective. If it gets so bad, we maybe can see an economic collapse because of the sanctions and because of the war, to where Russia collapses in the same way the Soviet Union did. Maybe about a 10% chance of that, but possible. We could also see the point where the Russian military gets so fed up with its own leaders that they mutiny. Remind you that this is what caused the Soviet Revolution. Not going to say that's super likely, but I'll give it another 10% chance.
Yeltsin is no Putin. Okay. Like, yeah, the leaders of the collapse at that time, and the leaders
No.
collapse.
1917. That revolution. The one that brought in the Bolsheviks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That. Well, let's be frank. This ain't your grandpappy's Russia, unfortunately. Like we've seen in many, many ways. But so I get what you're saying, but like to me, it's still like what is the limiting principle to this? Because like when I talk to folks, especially oddly enough, folks who would have 15 years ago been the most ardent anti-war leftists, are now the most like saber rattling pro-war. They will give up everything to see this Ukraine thing. Like, to me, it's like I don't know. That's so like, when you start getting into, are we going to start sending our sons and daughters there? That's a lot to ask for.
Off
and
the
I'm
table.
especially worried because like, I I'm sorry. Like I've got a kid that's going to be of drafting age before too terribly long. It's not really dangerous to advocate for war once you get past 28. Like it is for the younger kids. Okay. Like, and so to me, I always have to keep that in mind.
I feel you, but let me calm your fears. The establishment, the elites, whatever you want to call them, formally believe that we cannot bring our sons and daughters into the fight, because we believe that in the event that we do, the absolute obliteration of the Russian military will warrant a nuclear response from the Russians. So that is off the table. Like, the only way
why didn't they have a nuclear response when the Soviet Union collapsed then? That doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be one.
Because that wasn't a war. It was literally their own system imploding on itself. They did it to themselves. That's their own viewpoint. If they lose to the West in a fight, that's a different conversation. That's at least from the ideals that has been branded to me, and I largely agree with that.
Like,
by the way.
I think like the economic collapse is most likely because like, no, we're just not going to invade a nuclear nation. Like I posit it to the audience, to all sundry within the sound of my voice. Name me a nuclear missile wielding power that has been invaded by a foreign country.
You're absolutely correct. And
so Russia's not going to be any different.
I don't disagree. This is why anyone who is a more of the populist persuasion, whether it be the left or the right, if you're like, oh, is my kid going off to war? Or is my friend going off to war? No, I can definitively tell you no. Because the only way we get drug in is if there is something that we think the Russians did that were so horrible that we ourselves would risk nuclear annihilation. And the only thing I can even tell you that thinking of that this would happen is if the Russians throw a nuke at Ukraine anyway. That's about the only thing that we would actually throw it all in on in that regard.
They'd have to throw a couple, like at Kiev, Berlin,
possibly
London. Like, they'd have to throw a lot to get the West behind it, because like, again, like, this is World War III all over. It's World War I actually all over again, where these European powers are getting to pretty much a stalemate, and then America gets involved, completely changes the entire political landscape of what was the reality of war in Europe for 100 years. And then because of that, we now get the rise of World War II. And so, like, because I remember his great History Channel documentary, Stalin, Hitler, and Churchill were all commanding officers or soldiers during the First World War. So that really shaped their view of how we got to the Second World War. So this one is, it's kind of the clearing of our throat for World War IV. And that's why I always joke, like, Biden, oh my dear God, he's going to dive us right into World War VI. He's going to skip right over 3, 4, and 5 and just jump us right into fucking World War VI. And so that's why, as the current projection, I have no hyperbole in saying that he will go down as James Polk Millard Fillmore levels of bad. So in terms of his presidency, because he plunged us headlong into World War III.
So along the short here, I think the establishment at least has a good head on their shoulders, so they have an idea what lines they can and cannot cross. The only thing that I would give to the public to be still what concerned about, because I think that nuclear war is more or less on the side of the table, if you want to put it in that particular regard. We are way more involved in a fight than a lot of people think we are. And the consequences of this are disastrous and horrific. So I have no problem with the populace going, is this something we really want to be a part of? Is this something you really want to bet your chips on? It's a real ethical question. I'm not going to act like it's not. Sorry.
It's absolutely correct. Because like you said, we're really in this. Like, imagine like Ukraine is the guy that's like holding the belt-fed machine gun, and the United States and Germany and everybody, we're the ones off to the side.
Just holding the
making sure
ammo.
that the bullets feed in properly. And then when the Russians say, hey, you're part of this, we go, what? No, we are in no way involved in this in any way, shape, or I am offended at the very notion, sir. And so, yeah, like it or not, like that's why I like Tiberius to say this is World War III. That can be one of those weird, like I'm like that could be a weird call, but I think at this point, I'm making it without trepidation at this point, because and also we're just getting to the point where China's about to start sending deadly weapon support to Russia, and then
I haven't even got there yet either. Come on, stop it.
Is all it. Stop
it.
Gotcha. I fucking,
like this is a long episode. Yeah,
we're playing this.
This is a long episode, but I need to start wrapping this up. Okay, number one, my opinion is this: no matter which decision we go, whether it's we say, you know what, this isn't our fight, or we say this is our fight, there are dire, grievous consequences for that action. If we continue doing what we're doing, we very likely are probably going to win that fight. I believe that Ukraine is going to stomp their fucking face in come the summer. Could be wrong, but that's my bet. I'll get there here in a second. The other side of that is that if we just bail out now, do we want to come back to Europe in 20 years and look at it, burn halfway to the ground by the Russians? Do we want to tell our kids and the rest of the world, oh yeah, Hitler too? Yeah, we just let him do whatever he wanted. It wasn't our fight. He had nukes. That's a seriously horrible ethical question that I don't think anyone wants to revisit. And so,
well, if America's past is any indication of our future, we will probably have to go into Ukraine and fight the far right rebels, or I guess some folks are calling them the neo-Nazi rebels that we armed, because that's the way it goes. We arm somebody, 20 years later, we have to go back and clean up the mess.
I get where you're going with that. I don't think Ukraine is the same as insurgents in states that really aren't countries. I look at Ukraine as a very different organism personally, but I do get the trepidation. Yeah.
Past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior.
The behavior is the same. The problem is the clientele is not. Like looking at Afghanistan, which shouldn't be a country. It's 3 different ethnic groups all hemorrhaged into one thing. Yeah, that doesn't work. Iraq, ironically, very similar situation. Ukraine, they actually all largely have a functioning political system that I don't say that they all agree with each other, but it would be the equivalent of simply saying, oh, well, we helped those guys in Texas, and now we got to go kill the people in Texas 20 years later. Like, that's the level where I'm kind of putting that, is that it's not the same. But if you don't agree, that's fine. I take the broad treatment.
We'll have to see. Like, I'm being a little facetious with that one, because it's just like,
you have
we'll
a
just
point.
Look at what happens all the time. But like, yeah, there is potential for that to boil down. But like, now I get what you're saying is, are we going to let this guy just push back and push back? Because I even said the night of the invasion, this was my exact words, is how far is Putin going to go, and how much is he going to take, and what's he going to accomplish?
It's very
clear. He can.
it's very clear to us that as far as he wants to go is that he wants to go to two places. He wants to go to the Vistula, which is the river in Poland that basically cuts it in half. And he wants to go to the Bessarabian Gap, which is in Romania. And he's talked about this. I don't think he gives a crap about the Czech Republic. I don't think he cares a crap about the former Yugoslavia. He wants the old Soviet borders that the Red Army had 3 million men to plug in on, because there's plenty of room between Warsaw and Moscow. But there's not very much room between Belarus and Moscow. And that's their real fear. They believe that, if you will, Ukraine is on the doorstep of all the southern Russian heartland. There's nowhere to defend for them. It's either they're offensive or they're defensive, and they'd rather be offensive. And that's why I believe this war is happening now, is that when it comes down to it, this war is not about necessarily NATO encroachment, as much as the Russians are in a weakened state because of their demography and because of their economy and all these other things that are going on. And it's either they take the fight on their terms or they wait until somebody takes it to them on theirs. And that's what they're terrified of.
Well, it sounds kind of like the geographical battle issue that Germany's had for about 300 to 500 years. It's just a standard cycle. If the Germans are planning on going to war with the Russians, first they march west and attack the French. Okay, because that's just they do that for. Okay, we're going to war with Russia. All right, let's attack the French because they're going to be at their back. So just get them conquered, get them beat up, and then go to war with the Russians. And so it sounds like sort of a weird backwards version of that. A little bit like, okay, all right, we need to shore up some more territory. So attack Ukraine again, because Russia just can't get enough of fucking with Ukrainians, like whether they're kulak farmers or whether they're, just.
I'm amazed you know that term.
Oh, you can, like, here's the thing. I always, when I studied Marxism, it's like, oh, great. They're going to look at me as like a kulak. Okay. They're just going to want to fucking round me. Like my grandpa, he had the fucking, to his credit, he warned us all those many, many years ago. It's like when the hippies were singing, baby, I'll be there to take your hand. Baby, I'll be there to share the land. He's like, share the land? Whose land do you think they're going to want to share? It's going to be the farmers. And yeah, what do you know? Just like the kulaks got shown, that's their land that they wanted to get shared. So yeah. God bless those poor kulaks. So yeah,
we need to wrap this up. I think we're actually over an hour. I'm surprised our producers aren't screaming at us at the moment. But the long and the short.
Well, our content is just so amazingly entertaining. They're just enwrapped and engulfed in sheer ecstasy of entertainment, Ty, so they couldn't even get to their keyboard.
Fair enough, but we do need to make sure our editor isn't completely screaming at us because we need to keep it under time. So let's start wrapping this up. Number one, what's coming next? What do you think is this year is going to unfold?
Strangely enough, you and my brother had a bit of a back and forth on this about what's going to happen come June. And you're saying that the Ukrainians are just going to waffle stomp the Russians. And he's like, again, nobody's pro Russia here, but it's just kind of like when you're going to a boxing match and you're looking at both opponents, you have to analyze both sides' strengths and weaknesses. I think this is going to be a summer where you could actually see some significant pushback on the Russian side. Now we're going to know by the end of June. By the end of June is going to tell us everything. That's going to be what the lines are for the next probably 15 years, whatever the lines are come end of June. And then we're eventually going to get our Berlin Wall 2.0, wherever the hell it is. And then I'm going to spike the football on that one. And Ty, I may never predict anything ever again if when that one comes true. So that's my plans for that. And that's where I think this is going to go. The Russian boomers are going to see the West as contained behind their wall, and they don't have to say they lost anything. But to be frank, once we start getting to those NATO borders, remember how everybody shit a chicken when those 2 missiles went into Poland? I don't think we're going to have any no, that ain't happening. Russia's trying to get a good chunk of Ukraine, and he's trying to find a way to get his energy out to the world cheaper. Now, to Europe, to their credit, they're finding alternative sources. It's the Adams law of slow-moving disasters.
American natural gas.
Well, yeah, whenever there's a slow enough moving disaster, the people who have a vested interest in that disaster not happening will usually move heaven and earth sky and mountain in order to make sure that that thing doesn't happen. And so, yeah, American Natural Gas got sent over. And so, yeah, it's the great, what I call the Adams Law of slow moving disasters. It's invented by a guy named Scott Adams, definitely a good author. But to me, I think that's where the future lies with this. If China gets involved, it's a whole new ball game. But China is being China about it. So we ain't got it. What you can count on China to do is to backstab whoever is counting on them at the most inconvenient moment, because that's what the Chinese government, like, you could set your watch to it. Don't worry about it, folks. So yeah, that's what I think is going to happen there. And we're all gonna, after this lovely little fireworks show of all the NATO toys, end up going back to the lines that we are at come the end of June.
All right, so here's what we do know is coming this year. Ukraine is going to be at the tip top shape that it's going to be in. It's going to have not necessarily a lot of our weapons to use, like as much as we're sending Abrams and, folks are sending Leopard and Challenger, they won't really be trained up for those in time. But what they do have is all the crap they captured from the Russians. And even if they have to cannibalize them, the Ukrainians have been now equipped with enough crap that they've captured to equip more than an armored division. And remind you that most of what they've been able to do in last year was with a couple of motorized, mechanized, and armored units that were no bigger than a battalion. I'm very interested to see what a well-equipped, well-trained, fully functional Ukrainian army can do, because we got to see what a well-trained, motivated army could do, but now it's well-equipped too. All right, so the Ukrainians are going to be like at their tip top come the next campaign season. And the only reason we're not seeing it now is because Europe has had the warmest winter ever. The ground has never frozen in all of Ukraine this year. So the splits aren't working the way they usually will. So we're basically waiting for summer. The Russians, on the other hand, will be at their tip top shape because they went into this battle initially with 195,000 men and they topped out around 250. Because they thought that was all they're going to need, because they were just going to walk in and everything was going to fall down. The Russians have mobilized twice now. And even with all the people who are leaving Russia, we believe that there will be somewhere between 600 and 800,000 men in theater when the next campaign season starts.
So that means it's going to be closer to 1 million, because we're getting Western disinformation to kind of rally our side. So
I'm going to say this, you can believe it or not, but I'm pretty convinced by how accurate the releases have been from the actual State Department. We're reading the mail. That's what I believe personally.
I get that, but also keep in mind, Ty, and something like the likelihood that you, me, and just about anybody that we know in the internet political community has at some point reported some sort of war disinformation, war propaganda, it's pretty much 100%.
Yeah, it's way too easy.
Because all war is won by deception. Even if it's just like a boxing match, like, hey Ty, look at this, bam! That's like, if look at this hand here, bam! And then that's how you can win a war, is by deception. So
true.
The idea that I've probably said something that's propaganda, you probably said something that's propaganda. We all have. So to me, I'm always a little skeptical when I hear our side's doing great, the other side's getting the fuck kicked out of them, they're on the ropes, just trust us. It kind of reminds me of when I was reading George Orwell's 1984, where the Kingdom of Oceania was always doing good, whether it was East Asia or Eurasia. They were always doing great in the war, but they just needed one last little umph and push. And so that, I always wonder if we're not getting some version of that here in the Kingdom of Ingsoc.
It's possible, but we definitely are to the point where we have to wrap this up. So I'll simply say this. My prediction is that in a knockdown dragout fight against the best that the Russians can offer and the best that the Ukrainians can offer, I'm putting all chips down on the Ukrainians, because if there is anything that I have seen in the recent world, is that having a well-equipped army, pretty important, but not super big deal. Having a well-motivated army, pretty important, probably the most important thing. But having a well-equipped well motivated, and well trained army is the trifecta. And you can do 10-to-1 ratios or 100-to-1 ratios in casualties against your enemies if you can prosecute a war. And what I'm looking at is that no matter how much crap the Russians can throw at the wall, the Russians don't know how to fight a war, and their equipment sucks. The Ukrainians are in the exact opposite boat. And I think they can actually pull it off to where we'll find out if I'm right, but Ukraine will have one of the greatest military victories this summer that has been seen in the annals of warfare.
Well, Ty, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, folks, we're going to find out soon, probably by the end of June. God damn it, I'm good. Which one of us is speaking the truth and which one of us is speaking the fiction, folks. And it's going to be you who decides in this amazing show, truth in the fiction, or is it truth in the lies, truth in description, or truth in disguise? Folks, ladies, gentlemen, all within the sound of my voice, it is you who decides. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us here. Find us at Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube, and where all great podcasting material and content can be found. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it a podcast power. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That is, of course, K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to all of yourselves. God bless you all. Ty, take it away.
Well, thank you, sir, and welcome everyone, or actually, welcome to the end of this particular episode. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought after a wonderful hour with you guys, but it has been an absolute pleasure to be with you. I wish I could say even more, but I will simply say this. Whether we get to geopolitics in the next episode, probably have a little bit more of a meme topic right up for you. The next time we get into the world affairs writ large, we will be talking about China. I will force that down everyone's throat because China is going to be in the news, particularly as the United States relations with them goes to hell. And I can't wait to cover that this year. And we'll definitely be chatting with that with Phil K.O.E. here later on. I don't know what the next topic is, but we'll probably do a little bit of a break. But I want to thank you all so much for being here. If you want to be advertised or entertained by us, definitely feel free to reach out and ask. This podcast is actually getting quite a good amount of viewership already, and we haven't even hit Spotify yet. Still have to yell our good friends over there, but YouTube, those YouTube shorts and clips doing pretty well. So Phil is doing a great job over there. Anyway, I could talk all night long about this subject. Thank you all very much for hearing my incoherent ramblings or my really 5-brain Giga Chad takes. And we'll catch you in the next episode of the Truth and Fiction Podcast. My name is Tiberius D, joined with Phil K.O.E. We'll catch you next time.
Peace. What a concept, right? All right. So that folks was my appearance on Truth in Fiction talking about Ukraine. Now, folks, I got to bring something up. I just found an interesting article that I wanted to share with you. And I'm curious what all y'all are going to think about this. Even I'm a little curious about it. And let's get into this together, folks. Now, before we get into this, first, I'm going to put on the glasses of extreme. All right, there we go, folks. My red neckery doth reveal itself. But all right, folks, we've got a very interesting article here that I want to get into with all of you. And this is Moderna pops after FDA grants its cancer vaccine a breakthrough designation by Allison Gatlin, 2/22/2023. Moderna mRNA stock jumped late Wednesday after the Food and Drug Administration granted its Merck MKR partnered cancer vaccine a breakthrough designation. The companies are testing the personalized cancer vaccine in combination with Merck's Keytruda in patients with melanoma following surgery. With the designation, the FDA is acknowledging
the regime could offer a substantial improvement over currently available therapies. The designation also allows the agency to expedite its review process. In after-hours trading on today's stock market, Moderna stock rose 2.9% near $162.80. Merrick stock gained a fraction, trading near 110. Moderna stock, a new frontier. The personalized cancer vaccine uses the same messenger RNA platform as Moderna's blockbuster COVID vaccine. In this case, it prompts the immune system to create T cells capable of handling a patient's tumor cells. Patients who received bespoke vaccines on top of Keytruda were 44% less likely to relapse or die than those who received Keytruda alone. Keytruda is the standard of care for those patients. Moderna stock soared nearly 20% the day it announced those results. Keytruda works by uncovering tumor cells hiding from the immune system. The cancer vaccine adds another layer, handing the immune system the keys to the tumor's unique DNA signature. So if the cancer returns, the T cells are ready to go. Moderna President Stephen Hogg said in a written statement that the cancer vaccine, quote, represents a new frontier in treating melanoma and other cancers, end quote. But Moderna stock has fallen off since mid-January. Cancer vaccines keys to growth? Question. Moderna stock is sitting on the floor of its 200-day moving average, marksmith.com shows. The company is due to report its fourth quarter earnings before the opening bell Thursday. Wall Street expects steep declines in sales and adjusted earnings. That trend is expected to continue for the following 2 quarters. Analysts expect a return to growth in the third quarter. Long-term growth will depend on newer products like the cancer vaccine and potential short-targeting respiratory syncytial virus in older adults. Moderna stock investors are watching the next step for the RSV vaccine, which also has a breakthrough designation by Allison Gatlin, and this is according to Investors Business Daily, investors.com. So, folks, that is interesting. That is interesting. So, a potential cancer vaccine. Now, we're a real long way from just having a shot and the cancer's all gone. This looks like a post-treatment for specific cancer, but interesting to note, we are actually making some incredible leaps forward in treating this particular disease. Now, it's the unfortunate reality. I've heard it said rather cynically that whenever people report on any kind of cancer news, the only words that people want to hear is some combination of cancer miracle cure or miracle cancer cure or cancer miracle cure or just some combination of those 3 words. If you can't give that, then people don't really want to hear it. But this one is interesting. I just want you to think about this, what it could potentially mean. And this is an interesting one. Folks. The COVID vaccine mRNA structure is what's being used for this cancer vaccine. So very interesting stuff, folks. I'm going to be keeping my eye on this, and I'll be reporting on it when I know a little bit more. But I just wanted to drop it to you as much as it was dropped to me here at the K.O.E Nation. Now, all right, folks. Whew, it has been quite an evening. Hasn't it? So, excuse me. Goodness gracious. I think it is getting about that time to sing Elvita Zane goodbye. And what we're going to do this week is what I always like to do. We're going to go to the poem of the week. And God bless every last one of you folks. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here this week at the K.O.E Nation, folks. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to yourselves, folks. God bless every last one of you, folks. Thank you. God bless you. May you all stay safe out there. And like I said, come back here happy, healthy, much the wiser, folks. Take care. Can't wait to see you. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, no. But yes, good night, all of you beautiful people. I can't wait to find you back here. Happy, healthy, much the wiser, and back here at the KOE Nation and Big Buck and Empire. It's going to be a great time. Enjoy, folks. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by Christina Rossetti. In bleak midwinter. In the bleak midwinter, frosty wind made moan. Each stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow has fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow, in the bleak midwinter. Long ago, our God, heaven cannot hold him, nor earth sustain. Heaven and earth shall flee away when he comes to reign. In the bleak midwinter, a stable place sufficed, the Lord God Almighty, Jesus Christ. So there you go, folks. That's this week's poem of the week. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments or anywhere you can reach me. Until next time, God bless. Travel well.